Okay. We just have like 2 minutes before Professor Rob Kitchen's talk start. So before I start, I would like to introduce this project a bit. So this is actually a Research Grant Council project, and then we are very honorable to have got some of the very bright researchers around the world. And then for today, we have got Professor Rob Kitchen, and then oh yes, I think I will just mute your recording first. So okay, I'll try to mute. I'll try to mute your most of your mic first, unless you would like to talk to. Okay, and then so that we have got the so Professor Rob Kitchen is said he has published very widely, and he has published including 30 written or edited academic books and over 200 articles, book chapters, reports, editorials. So he is also editor of the International Dialogues in Human Geography, and is a past editor of the Progress in Human Geography and Social and Cultural Geography. So he was the editor-in-chief of 12-volume International Encyclopedia Human Geography, and editor of 2 book series, Irish Society Key Concepts in Geography. And he's also regular media commentator and is given invited talk in 25 countries over 30 disciplines. He was a 2013 recipient of the Royal Irish Academy's Gold Medal for Social Sciences. So he also writes novels, so it's very interesting that he has written 4 novel and 2 collections of short stories, which includes like Twist of Nor, All Deal with Bad, Close to Bone, Flash Fiction, Offensive, Laughter Shack, etc., etc. So Rob, would you like to start now, or we wait for a couple of seconds before we start?
No, it's fine. I can start now. That's fine.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So thank you very much for coming. And then for the rest of the listener today, if you can just turn on your video so that we can see your face, and Rob can see your face as well. So thank you. You may start now.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. If there's any problems with any of the sound, let me know. I presume everybody can see the slides. If there's a problem there, let me know as well. So otherwise, I'll just start with the lecture, I guess. So
yeah.
The theme I was asked to talk to was around the idea of the programmable city, and to explain my understanding what the programmable city is, and then to maybe talk around some of the kind of ethical kind of social issues around the programmable city. So that's basically what I'm gonna do. But just to make sure that everybody's understands where I'm coming from, I'm going to start with this notion of the programmable city, which is really what most people would call the smart city. And for me, the smart city is something that would have ubiquitous and pervasive computing embedded into it. So it's programmable. We can alter it through code. We interact with it through code. The way in which we live and work and so on gets mediated, augmented, supplemented through software, and it's embedded into the fabric of cities, which makes them sentient to some degree. Okay, so just to kind of a cap over of what smart cities is. So smart city is effectively using digital technology to manage and govern cities and provide services within the urban context. And that ranges over a whole series of different domains. So it could be in relation to government services, so e-government systems, city operate systems, performance management, urban dashboards, and so on. It could be in relation to security and emergency services, so centralized control rooms, digital surveillance, predictive policing, coordinated emergency response. It could be in relation to transport, so things like intelligent transport systems, integrated ticketing, smart travel cars, bike share, real-time passenger information, smart parking, logistics management, and so on. It could be energy, so smart grids and more efficient, effective ways of running the energy meters. Could be smart meters, energy usage apps, smart lighting. Sorry.
I think I will try to mute those. Yeah. Sorry for interruption.
Okay?
You can continue. Yeah.
No, that's fine. It wasn't direct to me. Okay. So it could be in relation to waste. So things like dynamic routing collection, compactor bins. So you might put compressor inside a bin. You put a sensor inside. It measures how full the bin is, and you only go and collect the bins that are 80% full. So you don't go and collect every single bin. You only go to the ones that you need to. So you cut down on the number of people you need for your labor, and you cut down on your fuel for routing your lorry and so on. Could be environment, so sensor networks, pollution, noise, weather, land movement, flood management. Could be in the actual fabric of the building, so the idea of smart buildings and building management systems that control things like heating, lighting, energy, and so on. Could be in the home, so our home's becoming smart to some degree, so app-controlled appliances, smart meters, or it could be the civic, so things like open data, volunteer data hacks, hackathons, and so on. So all of those kind of technologies encompass what's considered to be the smart city, and hopefully you get the idea that this is basically using tech to manage and control cities and provide services. And part of what happens here is it's based on producing large amounts of data and using big data and algorithms working on that data to reshape all of those different services. So that could be directed data, so there's still somebody in control, there's still a person pointing the camera, moving the camera, zooming in, zooming out. So things like CCTV, drones, satellite, public admin. It could be automated, and I'll come back to this a bit later on as well. So automated forms of surveillance, digital devices, all kinds of sensors, actuators, transponders, meters, basically make up the Internet of Things. Could be various forms of interactions and transactions that go on across digital networks. And it could be volunteered data. So rather than data that we give up, so our digital shadow, it could be data that we volunteer, so our digital footprints. So this could be social media data, it could be surveillance of wearables, if you're wearing a Fitbit or whatever. It could be crowdsourcing and citizen science, so people contributing to Wikipedia or to OpenStreetMap or to weather sensing or flood sensing or whatever it might be. But what all that big data basically means is that we have a range of public and private actors who are generating fine scale. So this is typically uniquely indexable data. So, and this is what's interesting about big data is it has a lot of velocity. So it's in real time. It has exhaustivity. So it captures a whole domain where it's operating. So it's not, an automatic number plate recognition system is not capturing 1 in every 10 cars. It's capturing every single car on Twitter, every single tweet and every single user. It's not capturing a sample. And it's the same with all of these technologies, whether it's your tap in, tap out on the metro or the bus, or whether it's your smart meter in your house. It's collecting data. It's collecting all the data. It's not collecting a sample of that data, and it's uniquely indexable. So it's linked directly to the person, the object, the transaction, the interaction, the place, and so on. And so we have a whole series of different agencies collecting that kind of urban data, whether that's utility companies, so energy, water, and so on, transport providers, environment agencies, mobile phone, operators, the apps that are on those phones, social media sites, travel accommodation websites, your home appliances and entertainment systems, if you have a smart TV or you've got Alexa or whatever, your financial retail chains, your private surveillance and security firms, emergency services, and so on. And the power of data is obviously that they're real-time, they're exhaustive, they're indexable, and that they can be combined, analyzed, and acted upon. So this gives us the notion of the real-time city. It's a real-time city that's programmable, that's interactionable. We can reconfigure and change things on the fly in relation to what's happening in the city right now. So that's the notion of it being smart. And so what we can start to do is interlink data across single domains. So this is data related to maybe.
Can I interrupt a bit?
Yep.
Do you need to change the slide, or do you have? I mean, do you need to change the slide, or this is?
Oh, you're.
Yeah. I just wonder.
Sorry, you're seeing this screen. Okay, that's not what's happening on my computer.
Oh, okay.
So I'm actually changing the slides on my computer. So I need to change this ones up here. So basically, this is the slides you would have seen.
Okay.
I'll just spend a couple of seconds on each one just so you can see them. I'll move that down here. Okay. So you can get an idea. So these kind of pictures on the right hand side kind of show this. So we have some cameras, we have a sensor box, we have automatic number plate recognition, credit card, and so on. Smart meters, tap in, tap out on the so an RFID enabled car, and some of this data feeding back into a control room, which I'll come on to in a minute. So I'll just okay. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. So what we're starting to see, and this is kind of a port, is various bits of data and software and so on being interlinked together across a single domain. So we have information about the containers. So this is a kind of a box on where you can kind of scan that will tell you the contents of the container. These are automated lorries. There's no people driving those. We have data on the ships themselves and all around the port area. So these are kind of cameras, chemical sensors, and we have the kind of the tracks of the boats going in and out using AIS and so on. And so we start to get an overall picture of a single domain, and this could be any kind of domain within the city, and then we start to see an ability to be able to link some of the data together. So these are for schematics for operating systems for a city, the same way that I have a Windows operating system on my laptop, and I can swap between Excel and PowerPoint and Word and so on. That I might have an operating system for this. I can swap between the water and the traffic and the energy and the buildings and management and whatever it is that I'm in the city. So top left is an IBM one, the bottom left is Microsoft. This is Planet IT's, and this is Urban Operating System. Robotica, I think, is the bottom one. And then this data can feed into these kinds of control rooms. So the top right is probably the one that's most talked about in the literature. This is the Rio de Janeiro control room in Brazil. It has about 400 people working there on a 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on working on 8-hour shifts, rolling 8-hour shifts. They're pulling in real-time data from 32 city agencies and also from 12 private companies, mostly transport and energy. And so they they can kind of get this overview of the whole city in relation to what's happening with emergency services or policing or environment or health or kind of things like weather and landslides and so on. You can see there's a big bank of screens at the front and screens all around here. And it's effectively a set of kind of control. It's a kind of a coordinated control room for the city. It was built for the Confederation and World Cup, and also for the Olympics, to be able to help manage the city. The one at the bottom right here is actually the control room for the Hong Kong Metro. So this is the data. This is the room that's used to control the trains within the city.
梗係唔係啦，大把有錢人，百幾200萬人係唔使做嘅，差唔多200萬係收租嘅香港。
Could you please unmute the mic by the time that you enter? Thank you.
Okay, so there's a notion of which the city is starting to become sentient. All that data kind of comes into these control rooms, and then we can start to make sense of it. But clearly, that volume of data, so real-time data coming in, big streams of it, massive amounts of it, so whole lots of data, that's basically too much for people to be able to process and make decisions on and so on. So what we do is we use algorithms to do that for us. And we create these kind of informational systems and decision-making systems that process that data and start to act on it in real time. And so we start to get this notion of what myself and Martin Dodge called automated management. So it's systems that make and enact automated, automatic, and sorry, it says automated twice there. Should say autonomous. So they enact automated, automatic, and autonomous decisions. So, you know, they just takes place, and there's some autonomy. So the system is given some autonomy to make the decision itself. And basically, the way this is working is it's using machine learning and forms of artificial intelligence, and you can get these 3 different levels of systems operating. So we have what's called a human in the loop, which is algorithms identify issues and suggest solutions, but actually the key decisions are still made by a person. So basically what the system does is it takes all the data and analyzes it and says to the person who sat in the control room, this is what I think you should do. And then the person, they want to do it or not. The next level up is a human on the loop. So this is the system is automated, but it's under the oversight of a human operator who can override or take over that system. And this is the example of this is at the bottom actually. So the pictures at the bottom are part of a traffic control system. So what's happening is data is coming in from inductive loops. So these are tar loops on the in the surface of the road, and as a car goes over the top of them, basically the cars are counted, and the speed of the cars going across is calculated as well. We also have data coming in from traffic cams, but also radar scanners. We also have data coming in from transponders that are on buses and trams and trains, which is what the third image is showing. And then all this data feeds into a traffic control room where the algorithms basically work on that data and automatically change the phasing and the cycles of the traffic lights across the city. And so I could come up to a set of traffic lights and maybe wait 55 seconds to go through it. Rita might come up 10 minutes after me and she might wait 62 seconds to go through. Somebody else comes a little bit after that and they might wait 67 and so on. So the traffic lights are never, you never wait for the same amount of time. The traffic lights alter continuously based on what's happening with congestion and traffic flow. So this is an automated system. This is happening in an automated way, but it's human on the loop in that the person sat at the desk can intervene at any time and say, actually, I don't want the system to do this. I want it to do that. Okay. And then the last level is human off the loop, which is basically fully automated and there are no people involved. And so the agency to act has been fully devolved to the algorithm. An example of that would be the congestion charge cameras in London. they use ANPR, they automatically scan your number plate, they automatically check it against a database to see whether you paid the charge. If you haven't paid the charge after 24 hours, they print off they issue a fine, they print off a letter, they put it in an envelope and it's posted to you. There are no people involved in that process. The only point at which a person gets involved is if you appeal it and they review it, but otherwise it's just a fully automated system. It's a human off the loop system. Okay, so hopefully you can see here that what the promise of the smart urbanism or smart cities is. You know, there's clearly potential benefits around things like the economy, around entrepreneurship, innovation, productivity, competitiveness, about having a more efficient, more effective form of urban development and economic development. There's issues around smart environment, so we can have kind of green energy, sustainability, resilience. We can better, more effectively react to things like flooding and landslide issues and so on. We have smart mobility, so much more efficient, more interoperable transport systems, easier forms of payment, and so on. Hopefully improved government around transparency, accountability, evidence-informed decision-making, better service delivery, kind of less ad hoc or kind of decisions that are not really based on evidence, based on anecdote or based on political promises and so on. It's actually based on data. Hopefully that provides smart living, so we improve the quality of life for people in the city, we improve safety, we improve security, we can more effectively manage risk, and hopefully that might create smarter people, so more informed, more creative, and more inclusive, empowered, and so on, particularly if we can start to share the data. So some of this data becomes available through open data sites or through urban dashboards and so on. Then people can find out more about what's happening in the city, and they can more effectively have a better quality of life through that. Okay, so that's basically the discursive regime that's being used by stakeholders in the smart city to try and sell this vision of using the tech. Okay, now of course there is a flip side to that. So there are a number of, particularly from the social sciences, but also within the community development sector, citizen groups, privacy, civil rights groups, and so on, have started to question some of the logic of the smart city and some of the agenda around what might be going on with the smart city. So just as we've got promises, we've also got perils, and part of the issue for me is how can we get some of the benefits while minimizing some of the perils, and how do we go about doing that? So to just run through some of the perils, there is there's a number of these. I'll run through them quickly, but one of them is the way in which a city is being framed. So the way that smart cities frame things is as a system of systems rather than a set of places or a set of neighborhoods. So these are systems way of thinking, and it sets up the city as being this kind of knowable, rational, steerable machine rather than this kind of complex, messy, negotiated, contextual, contingent kind of machine. And so it sets it up this idea that we can create these technical levers which we can pull, and that we can kind of steer the city, whereas in reality it's much more difficult than that. It claims to have this kind of objective, neutral, non-ideological approach. So this is a technology, this is algorithms, this is rationality, this is value free, it's neutral, there's no agenda, and so on. Whereas in reality, of course, values get embedded into code. There is an agenda of the state pushing this to create a particular kind of city, and so on. And so these algorithms don't operate in a kind of independent, neutral way. The values and judgments and so on embedded into their fabric. A third critique is that they create this kind of technocratic governance and a notion of solutionism. So the notion of solutionism is the idea that that city problems can be fixed by tech. So we can create these kind of tech led solutions which will fix urban problems. Now the issue to do with that, of course, is that there's lots of other potential solutions to city problems. They could be community development, they could be policy, they could be fiscal investment, they could be, and they kind of get relegated away from this kind of technical fix. And so if we were to take a problem like congestion, we can create apps, or we can create a traffic control system that tries to optimize traffic on the network. But the real solution to congestion is people not driving. So what you're doing is you're using what the problem with the tech, it creates a sticking plaster solution as opposed to a root cause solution. And to this notion of technocratic governance, which is we can govern through technology as opposed to governing through politics and deliberative democracy and so on. The fourth kind of critique is this is being very strongly driven by a neoliberal political economy and the notion of a corporatization of governance. So a lot of companies who are pushing this technology are hoping to basically use cities as a marketplace and to promote privatization and marketization of city services. So, and effectively what that does is it hollows out the state's capacity to manage this and hands over control to private entities. And basically the state then becomes a broker of contracts rather than a provider of services. And there are issues there to do with the extent to which we actually want companies to be running cities rather than elected government running cities. Now I'm talking about that very particularly from a position where there is democracy operating. Obviously in other contexts there's another set of issues operating there. There's a kind of a fifth critique around the notion of the city as an accumulation strategy, that this is actually just about using the city as a marketplace, and this is tech-led entrepreneurial urbanism. So this is effectively a third wave of entrepreneurial urbanism from the kind of a planning phase in the 80s into the 90s, and from the creative city phase from the 90s into the 2000s, that smart city is the kind of the tech-led version of this kind of form of urban development as a kind of a competitive global city kind of competitive marketplace for the global economy. A kind of sixth one, and this is again related to the previous two, is there's a notion in which there's a kind of a neoliberal citizenship being developed, and this is a kind of and I'm going to come back to the notion of citizenship a bit later in the talk, but there's a notion here about the kinds of citizenship rights that you have are basically what you can buy based on your capacity and your skills and so on, as opposed to you having inherent rights as being part of the polity, and it kind of shifts the logic of governmentality from discipline towards control. So in discipline we would have acted because we knew that we could be penalized. So the idea of self-disciplining, for example, is we know there's a surveillance camera. We don't know if the person watching the camera is watching us, but we act as if we are being watched. Whereas with control, the reshaping of behavior is embedded into the system itself. So an example of that would be the way we used to manage somebody working at a checkout till in a supermarket was you had a camera that we pointing at the checkout tills, and a supervisor could look at the cameras and see whether the people were working effectively or not. The worker didn't know if the supervisor was looking at the cameras or not, so had to work on the basis that they might be. Whereas in control, the till itself has become the mechanism of monitoring the person. So the till, as you scan the items across the till itself is monitoring the scanning. And so the the till itself becomes the means by which the work is regulated. So rather than having an external form of regulation, it's an internalized form of regulation. So you move from discipline to this notion of control. Sorry, I've touched my touchpad there accidentally. The other problem with smart city stuff is it kind of treats the city as this ahistorical, aspatial, homogenized, bounded kind of entity. So this is the notion of you treat all cities as if they're the same. So you can drop your bike share scheme or your traffic control room or your performance management system or whatever it is. You can drop it into any city, and it will kind of it should kind of operate. Whereas, of course, we know that cities are actually quite diverse. They have different forms of governance. They have different forms of government. They have different culture. They have different histories. They have different political economies. They have different. They're not one size fits all. And so, part of the problem around some of the smart city stuff is it treats them as if they are all the same, whereas in reality, it doesn't quite work like that. There's an issue around this notion of buggy, brittle, hackable. If you put computation into anything and you network it, then you can hack it. And so you build in vulnerabilities and security risks into the system. And there's now been a whole series of examples of things like traffic lights being hacked, water treatment plants being hacked, trams and metro systems being hacked, and so on, and systems being taken offline. There's been a whole series of cities, particularly in the US, that have been attacked by ransomware. And so they lose control of parts of their city because their information systems or their smart city systems are being held to ransom. Another critique is around, well, this just all this technology just reinforces power relations and inequalities and effectively gives power to people who already have it, and it disempowers those people who don't. So it kind of centralizes power and capital up into particular classes. Those classes who basically have access to the technology, access to the data, know how to use it, and so on. And so lastly, this notion that there are kind of profound social, political, ethical effects going on, and that's basically what I'm going to move on to for the rest of the talk. And so there's this there's a series of kind of ethical and security concerns around some of this technology. So the report you can see on the right here was one that I wrote for the Taoiseach's department here, which is the Prime Minister's office, looking at kind of data privacy, data security issues around smart city technology. And these were on the left are some of the kinds of the concerns that kind of came out through that report and subsequent work. So we talked about there's a lot of big data here. There's a lot of algorithmic governance going on here. And that raises all kinds of questions around ownership and control of the data, around how that data might end up in data markets, how it might circulate, how it might be monetized, what will actually happen with that data, who controls it, and so on. There's questions arising from that around privacy, and I'll talk a bit more about those and about privacy harms and about predictive privacy harms. There's issues around how the data gets used to socially source or redline people. So making decisions about who gets the job, who gets the apartment, who gets the loan, who gets the mortgage, who gets to travel here and not there, and so on. And so the way in which data then gets used to kind of categorize people and make decisions about people. Issues around things like and anticipatory governance. This particularly picks up around the theme around predictive policing, for example. So we're starting to make decisions about people based about what we think they might do, as opposed to what they have done. So we start to, so one of the ways that predictive policing works, for example, at the personal level, is it would look at people's social network and see who they're friends with, and then try to make judgments about that person. So if I'm friends with lots of criminals, that suggests that I might be a criminal. Now, if the system now starts to treat me like a criminal, even though I've never committed a criminal act, then we have an issue. Okay, because so just because we have that kind of relationship doesn't mean that I am that person, that I have the same kind of background or the same kind of inclination. But the system starts to treat me as if I do. Okay, now that can have all kinds of other consequences. That if that then stops me getting a particular kind of job, or entry into a university, or to a particular course, or whatever that might be, there are consequences. So that's one of the issues around things like anticipatory governance. There's issues around nudge and behavioral change. So a lot of smart city tech, particularly on the app front, is designed to try and change people's behavior, to make them act more sustainably or more efficiently or more responsibly and so on. So it's designed to kind of nudge you to change how you interact with a system or with a service and so on. But then there's questions around, well, who gets to decide what the nudge should be, how people should be nudged, in what fashion, for what consequence, and so on. So there's a lot of politics and power in behind that notion of nudge. Issues around things like dynamic pricing. So we're already used to dynamic pricing. We're already used to paying different amounts for insurance or different amounts to fly. Normally on a plane, everybody is paid a different price for the seat on the plane. But what if we start paying differential prices for everything, and for all different kinds of services within the city or within the supermarket or whatever it might be? And again, there are questions there about who gets treated as a high value customer, who gets treated as a risk customer, and the kind of consequences that fall out from that, and then the inequalities that might fall out from that. There are issues of control creep. So control creep is the notion of a system designed for one thing starts to be used for another thing. So the system might be designed to manage a particular system, but it starts to then become used for policing and for security. So there's a different kind of thing operates. There's a notion here as well around governance and regulatory capture, in which companies and different stakeholders and so on try to become involved in the smart city and try to control the agenda, or the way in which things bypass democracy. So, for example, you might have a situation where it would be normal practice within a city that we would have, say, on the planning system, that there's some notion within the planning system of consultation. So we might put the planning applications, people can look at them, people can feedback on them and say where they want to go ahead. Whereas a smart city technology can often bypass that. So if you're going to make your lamppost smart, you don't necessarily need to run that through the planning system. So there's no consultation phase. There's no notion of having to go and talk to citizens. They're kind of bypassed. There is this notion of whether there needs to be a similar kind of thing like a planning appeals process system in relation to smart technologies. And then I've already kind of said that we kind of have these buggy, brittle, hackable urban systems. Okay, so then this raises the question then, well, what do we do about this? How do we address it? How do we tackle? Okay, so this can be done at two different levels. And to date, one of the problems is it's typically just been done at the second level. So typically the way in which we approach these kind of ethical issues is through the procedural. It's through a legal or a regulatory approach, as opposed to a moral philosophy kind of approach. So in moral philosophy, we would be thinking of things like ethics of care or citizenship or social justice. On a procedural regulatory, we would be thinking about things like privacy, data protection, data market and use, data security. So the first one is normative. It's what should be as opposed to what has to be. Now, obviously, procedurals often follow the moral philosophy, but if we just approach it at the minute from a procedural, then we basically just adopt whatever the normative moral philosophy is at the minute, which is particularly in the West or the global North, is kind of a neoliberal political economy notion of moral philosophy. So what we have in here is a juxtaposition between principles, values, and ethos around a vision versus meeting obligations, which is about compliance. So procedural regulatory tends to make this about compliance as opposed to what we should do or what is the fairest or most equitable way of doing this or whatever. And doing the procedural way raises questions around whether really are trying to address some of these fundamental issues, or whether this is the interventions are really just about things like reputation management or ethics washing. And ethics washing is basically the notion of being seen to do the right thing as opposed to actually doing the right thing. So it's a bit like greenwashing, which is a similar kind of thing around environmental sustainability. The company wants to be seen to be doing the right thing, but actually it's just a smoke screen while they're actually doing something else. It's about reputation management and so on. So which kind of level we choose, moral, philosophy, or procedural, makes a difference to the approach that we would take to some of these ethical issues. And it raises this kind of fundamental question about what kind of smart city is it that we do actually want to create. The way that this question is framed is it does kind of screen out the notion as to whether we want the smart city. So we could actually ask a question of, do we want the smart city or not? But I think that question is redundant. We are already living in smart cities. All of the ton of technologies I showed on the first table across government, transport, home, buildings, whatever, that already exists. It's already embedded into the fabric of our cities. We already are living with some of these systems. But it's not a question about how do we get rid of. We're not going to be able to get rid of some of this stuff, but what we can do is reconfigure and rethink how we want to use it. So it's not a question of do we want the smart city. It's about what kind of smart city do we want. So this is just framing this again around this notion of procedural versus the normative, and the way in which people are approaching this at the minute. And typically the way that this is being approached is down on the left-hand side of this table. So there are now lots of people talking about ethics, about bias, around rights and fairness and so on. But the way in which they're framed is to locate the problem in individuals and technical systems. So what we need is a procedural or a compliance-led, regulatory-led way of addressing these. Whereas on the right, we're kind of acknowledging that there is structural power at work, and we need to kind of redistribute or reconfigure things, and we need to answer a bigger set of questions. So this is not about technical fixes, this is about societal fixes, and this is about what kind of society we want to live in. And so rather than talk about ethics, we start talking about justice. Rather than bias, about oppression. Rather than rights, we talk about citizenship. Or consumer rights, rather, we talk about citizenship. Citizenship is obviously about rights. Fairness, about equity. Rather than talking about regulation of infrastructure and spaces, we start talking about the commons and the public good, and so on. And so it's not just about, in tackling this is not just about understanding algorithms. It starts to become about understanding history, culture, and context within which socio-technical systems operate. Now, some of this has been modified from Catherine Diageo's and Laura Klein's work on data feminism, and that's a kind of interesting book to start if you're interested in some of these ideas. Okay, so if we were to think about this procedurally, we could look at this in relation to something like privacy. So privacy kind of concerns acceptable practices with regards to accessing and disclosing personal sensitive information about people. It's a multidimensional construct, so privacy we can unpack into different forms of privacy. So we could have identity privacy, which is about personal confidential data. We could have bodily privacy, which is the integrity of the person. Territorial privacy, which is about protecting personal space, objects, property. Locational movement privacy, so to protect against the tracking of spatial behavior. Communications privacy, which is against protecting against surveillance of conversations and correspondence. transactional privacy, which is to protect against monitoring of queries, searches, purchases, and other exchanges. And we could also have a notion of predictive privacy harm. So this notion of harms arising through the prediction of what we might do in relation to any to those kinds of issues. Now, big data has been eroding all of these. So if we were to take something like location movement privacy, if 30 years ago I wanted to track somebody, I probably would have had to hire a private detective, and they probably would have had to physically follow the person around all day. Whereas now people's everyday movements are being tracked in a number of different ways, whether that's through the GPS on their smartphone, whether it's their connection points with their phone onto Wi-Fi networks, whether it's the pinging of the MAC address by sensors embedded in the environment. So in Chicago, for example, it's the lampposts that track you. In London, it's the bins that track you. So there's a sensor, and as you walk past, it pings your phone, and as you walk past the next one, so it basically knows which lamppost you're walking past and so on. So it can trace your route. So there's a whole variety of these kind of things: automatic number plate recognition cameras, facial recognition cameras, and so on. So our ability to kind of hide in the crowd is still there, except if somebody has access to that data or wants to zoom in on that data, then we can kind of get a fairly granular notion of where people have been going. And of course, that's been coming up recently in the COVID-19 case, because this locational movement data is seen as a way of being able to do contact tracing, as a way of seeing who's been near to other people, to see whether people are breaking quarantine, whatever it might be. So this data is kind of being used at the minute in that way. And 30 years ago, it would have been impossible to do whole population monitoring and surveillance of location and movement. Okay, so there's lots of privacy implications around that kind of technology. Now, the way that we could try and address that in a practical way is through a number of different ways, right? So it doesn't just have to be technological. We could have a market-based solution. So it could be industry standards and self-regulation, or companies taking on the notion of ethics as competitive advantage. So companies actually selling their product on the basis of they're being more ethical about privacy than other companies. It could be a technical solution. So it could be end-to-end strong encryption, access controls, security controls, audit trails, backups, patching, and so on, enhancement tools. It could be through a policy and regulation, so things like fair information practice principles, privacy by design, security by design. So privacy by design is the idea that on your phone, it's locked down and private, and you open it up, whereas most phones we buy at the moment are open, and then we have to close it down. So it's open by default, we have to close it. Privacy by design is it's private by default, and we have to open it. And it could be a solution around education and training, actually telling people what the issues are, and getting them to think about the settings on their phones and on other appliances they have in the home, and so on. Another solution could be around governance. So this is actually how the city itself, maybe the local authority or regional government or whatever, how it goes about trying to implement kind of practical interventions through advisory boards, through strategy, through compliance, through having core privacy security teams who are doing privacy assessments, through things like having computer emergency response teams that respond to things being hacked and so on. Okay, so that's all kind of the procedural kind of approach into this. We can also, though, take a more normative approach into this, which would be to think about things like citizenship and social justice. So citizenship basically defines your individual membership within a polity, your kind of rights, your entitlements, your duties and responsibilities. And so there are real questions here about if you have a kind of technocratic forms of governance and governmentality operating, how are citizens framed within and treated by smart urbanism? How is citizenship expressed through smart city systems? Now, an initial critique of smart cities was that their framing and their operation was top-down, technocratic, instrumental, and that they predominantly served the interests and states or corporations more than they did citizens. Now, the initial response from companies and also governments was to recast their smart city initiatives as being citizen-centric or citizen-focused. But in reality, very little happened other than there being the rebranding. So people rebranded without actually fundamentally altering the mechanisms or workings of any of these kinds of systems. Now, some of the work that I've done with Paolo Cordello has been to kind of look at this notion of citizenship within different systems. So this is basically taking Sherry Arnstein's lab participation and framing it in relation to the smart city. And we've also expanded it. It's quite a complicated kind of table. There's quite a lot going on. So I'll run through it quite quickly. On the right-hand side, we have the examples. So we have different types of smart technology within Dublin. On the left-hand side, we have forms and level of participation. So at the bottom, we've got non-participation, going up to consumerism, going up to tokenism, going up to citizen power. And within these forms and level, we have different roles, we have different levels of citizen involvement, we have a kind of different political framing. So on the non-participation, the role of the citizen is to be a data point, they're to be a user. Their involvement is to be steered or nudged or controlled. And there's really a notion of kind of stewardship or paternalism, that this is being done for citizens on behalf of citizens, but they have no real role in feeding back or shaping what's happening. They're a recipient. They kind of get what they're given. The next level up is consumerism. So there's some level of choice. So off of our purchasing power and our choices, we can browse, we can consume, we can act, we can pick which things we want and we don't want. And it's obviously based within the market or the neoliberal citizen. The next level up where is tokenism, where we start to become a participant or a proposer. We start to suggest things, feedback things. There's some notion of civic engagement, some notion of moving towards co-creation or participation. And then at the top, we have kind of citizen power, where we have where people are co-creators, they're decision makers, they're leaders, they're members. Citizens are kind of contributing in an active way with ideas, with leadership, and so on. And the framing here is around rights, it's around democracy, it's around commons, and so on. And you can see that the vast majority of tech in Dublin is down in the bottom half of this table. The little bit that's at the top, which are things like civic hackathons, living labs, Code for Ireland, and so on, where citizens are kind of taking an active role in producing some of the technology themselves. This is a very small number of people. So Dublin is a city of 1.2 million people, and this probably compromises 200 to 300 people. And this 200 to 300 people are typically young men working in the tech sector. They're not a very representative group of the rest of the city, and they're a very small number of people. So where we do start to see citizen power, it's of a particular kind of group. It's not differentiated across society. So that raises some kind of interesting questions around, well, how much citizenship is actually being invoked? What type of citizenship is being invoked within the smart city? And how can we go about maybe changing that in productive ways? Another way of thinking about this is through notions of social justice. So, and social justice is kind of the expected or acceptable ways in which people are treated and the conditions in which they live. Now, to just say we want a socially just city is problematic, because there are a number of different theories of social justice, and they fall into different broad types. So there's distributional, which is fair share. There's procedural, which is fair treatment. There's retributive, which is fair punishment for wrongs, and the restorative, which is righting of wrongs. And which version of each type makes a fundamental difference to what principles and ethos might underpin the smart city. So for example, if we were looking at kind of a distributional, but we were looking at it from a, we could use utilitarianism, which is the greatest good for the greatest number, or we could look at egalitarianism, which is basically everybody gets the same, or we could look at it from a kind of a liberalism notion of justice around the market is inherently fair. So forms of natural justice, you get what you deserve. If you don't have the power or the kudos to get what you need, then that's your problem. That's just natural justice. Okay. So if I was a liberalism, I'd have a completely libertarianism. I would have a completely different notion of justice to you. I could still say I was advocating for a socially just city, but you might not think that it's socially just at all. Okay, so you can't just say I want a socially just city. You have to say what kind of socially just city that you're actually looking for. Okay, so this leads on to a kind of a more holistic strategy. So rather than a procedural one, we start to look at a more normative notion of smart urbanism. So we still got practical solutions, but they're guided by and embedded into a holistic approach that's underpinned by a moral philosophy rooted in notions of ethics of care or citizenship or social justice. So there's a set of principles or values of ethos in relation to this. Now, there are some cities that have started to look at this and have started to try and create more normative notions. So one of them will be Barcelona and its notion of technological sovereignty. So technological sovereignty is the idea that technology should be serving citizens and being within control of citizens, not within states or corporations. They shouldn't be controlling the agenda, and that the role of city government is to serve citizens, and so technology should be doing that. Medellin has a notion of social urbanism, which is saying that this technology should be serving citizens, and that the technology should not disadvantage existing citizens. So one of their criteria is that when they put smart city technology into an area, they shouldn't gentrify or push the existing people out, but should serve the community that already lives there. Okay, so there's a kind of a notion of citizenship and justice built into that vision. So it's a normative vision about who the city should be for, how it should function, and so on. So this does kind of raise questions about, can we produce a kind of a genuinely humanizing form of smart urbanism, or are we destined to have this kind of neoliberal, technocratic, particularly in the global north and west, notion of a smart city, and all we can really do is push on the procedural side as opposed to pushing on the normative side. Okay, so hopefully that's given you a kind of an overview about the smart city and the kind of technologies and the kind of the promises and the perils, and then maybe how we can go about starting to think about addressing some of those issues to create maybe a different kind of smart city. And I'll end there. Okay, thanks.
So Rob, your part is finished.
Yeah.
For the presentation. Do you want to, like, I've seen there are a lot of the books that is like written by you. Do you want to introduce a bit about your books or the latest publication?
No, the titles speak for themselves. If people want to go and look at them, they can.
Okay, it looks like it is very interesting for the like spatial media, and then digital geography is like the title in itself is like very attractive. I would say. So thank you very much. Thank you, Rob's very good, excellent presentation. Do you want to have the Q&A section now, or you would like to have the Q&A section later on? By the time that another speaker.
I don't mind. I mean, if people want to do clarification questions now, and then we take the bigger, more meaningful questions at the Q&A, maybe.
Okay, okay. So, is there anybody that you would like to ask a question? If, say, for instance, that you have to leave early, or you want to like leave after Rob's presentation. So, anybody that you would like to ask some of the clarification questions before we move on to the next stage?
Okay, can I have a question? This is Roy from Brighton, UK.
Yeah, please do so.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, what do you think generally the smart city can do to combat the current coronavirus outbreak? For example, what I'm thinking is, are you able to make an algorithm like watching if two people is violating the social distancing rule, getting too close? Can there be like an automatic warning so people know there is someone violating the rule? Just one example.
Yeah, okay. So there's been lots and lots of, if you go, if you go onto Twitter or something like that, you'll find loads of examples of people talking around the privacy and surveillance risks around some of this technology and the extent to which you can really do certain things. So there has been a whole series of different responses by different governments. So, in Israel, they're using their kind of anti-terrorism kind of software to monitor their own populace around their smartphones and the history of the movement of the smartphones and so on. In Poland, they're asking people who are under quarantine, if they're sent a text message, they have to send back a selfie within, I think it's 20 minutes to demonstrate that they are still at home. There's things like Trace Together app in Singapore, and other countries are looking at versions of the Trace Together. In Hong Kong, actually, you can see the individual location at street level, at individual property level of everybody who's got the case, and you also get the details of who they are, their age and their background, and so on. That's a publicly available dashboard, which raises all kinds of issues. And in South Korea, they actually had a very similar, and they shut it. They ended up closing it down because people were getting targeted and harassed by other people, and so it raises quite big issues. The really big question is whether, if you enable this technology, whether it gets shut down afterwards, or whether it becomes part of the everyday background and it starts to become routine policing. So you have routine policing of people's everyday activities on the grounds of, on some grounds of, well, we need to monitor people, we need to know where they are, we need to know where they are at all times so we can effectively control them. And it's a very quick road to a big brother society, basically. So you have to have a system. So in your particular example of social distancing, you can certainly, there is limits to the technology as well, right? So you can certainly see whether people are in their home or outside of their home, but there's no way off the GPS of your smartphone you can tell whether they're within 6 feet of each other. Like it doesn't have that level of precision, so I'd be very dubious around that kind of level of tech. We know from things like after 9/11 and so on as well, that when this tech gets introduced, it doesn't disappear afterwards. It gets enrolled into the everyday fabric of surveillance. So there's really big political, moral, normative questions around the extent to which we do use some of this technology and so on. And actually, kind of social peer pressure is probably much more likely to be effective than a kind of a tech-led regulatory regime. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, any more clarification questions that you would like to ask or sharing with Bob, with Rob?
Hello.
Yes, Muhammad.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. My question to Rob is that whenever we are talking about the cities or management or dealing in terms of like developing the digital twin and all sort of other technological advancements, the few things that comes to the core of the city management are like the energy, the air quality, and the other things that are related to the human health or particular to the human usage and everything. So has Rob or anyone ever did a study to develop a system which is centrally managed and which can provide the real-time data about the energy usage and the air quality and the traffic flow at any particular time in the city? So the authorities can particularly pinpoint that area and do take actions or the remedies like in the real time. And does anyone has the capacity to process and this much data?
Yeah, so near the beginning of the lecture, I kind of showed you those city operating systems and showed the control rooms in Rio and elsewhere. So that kind of capability is being put in place.
Sorry to interrupt you, but those systems are just like limited to something, like sometimes they are monitoring with those real central command system, just the traffic or the underground metros. But what I am talking about is like a integrated system which is processing all the informations, like a smart.
That's what the Rio control room does. So the Rio control room is taking data from 32 different systems. So that could be transport. So it could be the metro, the buses, taxis. It could be the trains, the trams. It could be environment data, so landslide, weather, water quality, air quality. It could be emergency services, so police, ambulance, fire. So it's taking data from across everything and pulling it into one control.
Are you aware of the Cambridge digital twin project those are developing for the Britain? And
so there are a number of countries who are looking at digital twins. There are a number of places who are doing city dashboards. So one of the things you do in the city dashboard is you do the same thing. You pull data from different domains into the same kind of system, and you allow people to see what's happening in their part of the city in real time as to what's going on.
So Mohammed, have you asked a question that you have in your mind? Do you have any extra question? Because I've seen that you are, maybe he is like offline. Internet connection broken. I cannot see him now. So
I can't see what's going on.
My turn?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rob, I have a question. Is in your experience, in the past, these smart cities were created by great help of private proprietary networks, telecommunication networks. Maybe there wasn't much of AI on it, but this existed already, only that intrinsically everything was very secure because it was using these proprietary networks, private networks. Do you think now with this whole expansion of so many valuable data being collected by all the smart city components, that in the sake of security, we should go back to implementing these private networks rather than just relying on the public internet just because it's so ubiquitous, but at the same time we're running a great risk of on the security side?
Well, a lot of it's still running on the private side. A lot of these smart city technologies are being run by private companies on behalf of cities, so they're not necessarily public networks or public infrastructure that are being used. It's companies who are finding ways of finding new markets for existing technologies and or creating technologies aimed at cities to create to either create new services or take over the managing of existing services. On the element of security, so there is an argument about not integrating them all together. So like an argument against a city operating system where you can access all of the different domains is if I hack into transport, I'll also get access into energy, into water, into waste management, into smart lighting, into whatever, right? And so there is an argument that you would basically air gap all the systems. If you gained access to one, you couldn't gain access to all of them. So that's a kind of an ongoing debate, I think, around some of the cybersecurity issues around some of this, some of these systems and data. And so on the cybersecurity side is a big issue. Now at the minute, they seem to be kind of most cities are kind of keeping on top of that. They're experiencing a lot of attacks every day, but existing systems seem to work. As I said earlier, there has been some ransomware attacks and so on. So it's a bit about balance, I think, about, you know, some argue that the efficiencies and the effectiveness and competitiveness and productivity, safety and so on of the technology outweighs some of the risks, and a lot of those risks are short term, and once they're, you can kind of deal with them and go back to ways of normal. It's about finding a balance within that, and finding the most, I guess, stable and secure configuration as to how to make that work optimally.
So I guess those cities that are failing and being ransomware is because they failed to put that recommendations. In other words, they need to have some public access component that simply let these backdoors for the hackers, right?
Well, hackers get in lots of different ways, and actually the most predominant way they get in is through phishing and human error. It's not necessarily through backdoors and direct hacking. So, or it's because of a lack of maintenance. So when the tram network in San Francisco got hacked, the ticket machines got hacked. It was I think they were running Windows NT or Windows XP. They were running a really old version of Windows, and people were just exploiting for everyday exploits within the code. And they hadn't been in the operating system, and they haven't been patching the system. So that a lot of it's often around maintenance or around human frailty or human error.
Okay, so Minggu, you have asked all the questions, or are you here, Minggu?
So.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, so in terms of this, that some architectural component being not followed strictly, because smart cities are becoming the heartbeat of the cities. I mean, in the past, they were nice, as we could see in the movies, but every day they become more critical for our normal way of life, for keeping a good traffic. So failure of following your recommendation and having this, I would say, negligence to check the systems are really impacting our life, not just that specific service or that specific public department, but our lives directly.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay, but I guess then the solution is more on the security side rather than on the AI side, right?
No, I don't think any of my normative questions still go away, but in terms of the security side of things, then yeah, cybersecurity is the answer, and it's security by design. Well, one of the problems is that people, particularly a lot of like startup quick development work, is they build the technology and then they try and layer the security on afterwards. Whereas in reality, the security needs to be baked in from the very start. So we just need to get much better at security. There is a big issue around things like Internet of Things technologies, in that they often have a lot of different data controllers and processors. They involve a lot of different technologies with a lot of different owners. And it's very difficult to secure end-to-end encryption across that network. And so there is an issue around who has the responsibility, and how you can basically let the security across the whole network and the full gamut of all of the technology involved.
Yeah, I do agree to this. We were talking about like the technology side, the technological side, because it's not just about technological side, but it's like how you implement it. So in the case of Hong Kong, for example, we have got smart lamppost, but then there are quite a lot of people that they disagree to the implementation, because like it seems that they are trying to track whether we are in which streets, and then which location we are in, and then there are also some other consideration, like for example, some people do not want to be tracked by these technologies, and so it's like the e-payment is also as one of the major concerns as well. We do not want to let the others know that whether or not that we have bought like this kind of product or that kind of product. So some people even suggest that yesterday, the day before yesterday, that some of the participants even suggest that probably one day that we will enter back into a cash society, rather than like we are talking about like moving towards a cashless society. But how about Dublin? How do people feel towards like using the e-payment system, like paying by the mobile phone, tap and go?
Yeah, so Dublin is slightly different, I think. It's a different kind of society. And we haven't gone down a very strong surveillance route in Ireland. I think it's partly to do with a post-colonial mentality. Like, we used to be part of the British Empire, we got independence. There's a very strong suspicion of the state. There's a strong suspicion of surveillance. And so it's some of the fundamental indexical technology doesn't work. So we only got postcodes, for example, in 2015. So we have very few georeferenced data sets, and we don't really do tracking. So we don't have the MAC address tracking. We don't have the lampposts or the bins that can track people. We've not implemented that technology. Our surveillance footage, so our CCTV cameras, is just here and gone. We don't record any of it. So if you're
don't even record it.
No, we don't record it. We just manage the here and the now. So if you were to go and ask Dublin City Council, say your car got stolen, and there's a camera on the street, and you went to Dublin City Council and said, "Can I see the footage from the day previously to see who stole my car?" They would just say, "We don't have the footage. We never record it." And so there's no strong notion of a surveillance society here, and there's also no desire for it. So, like, when I asked Dublin City Council about recording it, they just said, "Well, why would we record it? Like, we don't want to be surveyed either. Like, we live here. Why do we want surveillance?" So I think Ireland is not a typical example. We've talked about a Trace Together app here, but it's not been implemented. I don't think that it will be. It's the social distancing here is working much more through social pressure than it will through technology.
Okay, so
we have a strong surveillance society. It's not to say that it's not there, and it's not there within the workplace. So that notion of reshaping behavior, like people having their work monitored and so on, that's definitely there, you know, and it's definitely there that people are but there's a lot more. I think there's a lot more notion of trust, and there's a lot more suspicion around surveillance. It does differ quite a bit between different places and different countries, depending on what their political system is, and their history of policing, and so on. So, like when I've interviewed the head of the data team in the police here, and we asked him about predictive policing, and his answer was, "There is no way we're doing predictive policing. It just becomes racial profiling, and it's not going to happen." And so they don't do predictive policing in Ireland. They've had no history of doing it, and they're not interested in doing it. At this time, that might change in the future, but at this time, that's their position.
That's very interesting. So, Oyi Tuni, do you have a question? Because I've seen your hands going up.
Yes, I do have a question.
Yep.
Yeah, can I go ahead, please? Yes. I read some articles concerning smart cities because I'm into real estate, and I was made aware that smart cities depends on private real estate adoption. Whether right or wrong, I'm not quite sure because I'm just learning more about smart cities. But the problem is about data,
Yeah.
which is because whether you want to predict, whether you want to forecast, or you want to achieve any improvements, remember that data is the ultimate goal. And there is need for the development of data-driven urban environments, which means even property owners, property managers needs to work in tandem with some of these agencies. But we discovered that in most countries, especially the developing nations, it is always a problem of data sparse issues. In handling this, and you want to be able to incorporate smart cities into your agenda so that you can go into sustainability, into greenery, and the rest. How do you overcome these data challenges?
Okay, so the gist of your question at the beginning was around kind of private, as I understood you were talking about the kind of private
yes,
notion
private
of
real
other
estate,
companies
yeah.
getting the data and so on. Okay,
Yeah.
so in relation to this, I think the key thing here is to remember it's cities who are procuring the technologies, and it's cities that within their procurement can set the terms and conditions around the data and the uses of that data. It's not
Okay.
within the hands of the private vendor to do that, right? So cities generally operate a form of civic paternalism and stewardship. They're acting on behalf of citizens and trying to act in their best interests. So it's really up to the city to say, within their procurement process, how the system should be configured and what happens with it. So that's what we've been advocating in Dublin, and that's now what Dublin is doing. So, so when the city goes to procure, because the city did make a big mistake earlier on in some of its things, it did lose control of its data. They lost control of the data on the bike share scheme, for example. And so when they asked the vendor for the data, the vendor just said, no, it wasn't in the contract. You're not having it, you know. Whereas now they kind of say, look, if we're paying for this system and we're doing it on behalf of citizens, then these, if you want to bid and you become the successful bidder, then these are the terms and conditions. So it will say, this is what data you can collect. This is what you can do with the data. This is how you can monetize it. This is where you store it. This is who you can share it with, and so on. And so the power then rests with the procurer rather than with the vendor. And I think cities have just got to get much better at managing that process, rather than saying, oh, the vendor can do whatever they like. As long as they deliver the service, they can do whatever they want with the data, or they're in control. But there's loads of cities that have lost, who have made mistakes around that. Almost every smartphone app that's been developed for a city, all the city really cares about is whether the app does what it wants. It doesn't look at the terms and conditions about data. And so that data gets monetized. It ends up in data markets and it ends up getting other stuff happening with it. I just think we need to get much better around how we manage that. And if the vendor order says, well, you know, has a problem with it, then they just don't get the contract.
Thank you.
So anybody in the floor that you have got some other questions apart from
I think we probably need to take the other questions at after the next talk, right?
Yeah,
because the next talk should be starting soon.
Sure. Yes, sure. So we can actually for those who just enter, remind you that you have to turn off your mic so that it will not have some of the extra background noise unless it's like completely silent in your area. And then so thank you, Rob, very much for your talk. It is very interesting to us, and then we learned a lot from the from other concern, from which is like smart city, that we are all talking about smart city, and then all the city that we are moving towards the we have a lot of city that is like moving towards a smart city. But then the major question is that we may need to consider probably that there are some other things for which that we have to consider, rather than just saying that well, we have got very good proposal in running a city. Chou Zhongyue, do you have any question? Because I've seen your mic is on. So by the time you enter, we with such a large crowd, make sure that you turn off the mic, and then try to show your faces. I mean, all your beautiful faces, rather than we can see most of you that you are just turning on with your name only. So we can just we can just have more faces rather than we have got names there and then pictures there. Yeah. So that we can just see all your faces, and then So any more further questions or like discussions that you would like to? Yeah, Helmut, your turn.
Yes.
You want to say something?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Just quickly about the role of autonomous drones in a smart city. How would it work in the future when we have autonomous police and robots around the area? How will ethics get engaged with that?
God, there's going to be a lot of ethics about that, I would think. It's not. I mean, I'm very cautious about doing a full speculative. This is what may or may not happen. I mean, there's been a whole explosion of AI and ethics initiatives. There's dozens of them now. There's loads of labs. There's loads of attempts to create principles and guidelines and so on. And I think as this develops over the next 10, 20 years, there'll just be a whole series of these come in. There'll be new pieces of legislation that come in as we try to tackle some of these issues. And philosophy is going to be a big part of that, around what kind of principles and ethos and so on are going to be embedded into that. There's no it's a pretty light answer, but like that's I don't want to kind of prejudge things, and it will also depend on where you are. Like what kind of rules and ethics will be in an authoritarian regime as opposed to a democratic regime will be very different.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
So, thank
okay,
you.
so
Thanks
I'll
very
see
much.
you.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll see you again at 2:30. Is that right?
Basically we will just follow the schedule. So that will be like 10 p.m. to 11. Then we have got Rob again, and then if there's like any extra questions, then that can continue to talk about it later on. And then unless you still have got some questions, then you can just let us know from Rob. And then of course, Rob, that you are welcome to rejoin anytime. Yeah, including like Q&A section or any other sections. Yes. And
okay,
then,
so I might rejoin later on, and otherwise I'll be in that other session.
Yeah. Thank you.
Another session at the time you said 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, or otherwise any section that you would like to continue. And then so that for those who would like to talk again with Rob about your research, in particular like publications, paper writing, then just feel free to talk to him, because he's like very successful in publishing a lot of papers, a lot of top papers. And then we will now go on with Professor Miroslav.
Okay.
Bye
for now.
Yeah. Thank you. So see you later in another section, the research clinic. Thank you.
Hi,
So
Rita. Hi, Rita.
yeah, hi.
Yeah, I saw there's three different
So
links you
for
have
others,
in-
please, okay, turn off your mic when you enter. Sorry, because we have got a lot of participants here. We have got more than 100 here. We have got 101 and then it's still growing. So 102, and then we have so many people here. Make sure that you mute your mic by the time you enter, as otherwise we have got a lot of background noises. Yeah, so that oh, where are you? Let me put Mirror's Law in.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for turning out in such large numbers. I assume that most of the participants are based in Hong Kong.
Well, we have got a lot of participants from all around the world. So we have got participants from Cambridge. We have got participants from UCL, and then University of Hong Kong, and then some of my PhD mates who work around the world in any parts of the world. And America, there are a lot of different places, and even Pakistan, and then well, India, Africa, anywhere, a lot of different places.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to your talk about like publishing your papers in your journal.
Thank you, thank you. Well, it will not only be about publishing in our journal. It'll be publishing in all journals that pertain to the built environment, to the aspects of the construction industry from any angle. But my own emphasis is, of course, on information technology and automation applications in the built environment, in infrastructure. Let me turn on my screen. I'm going to share my screen with everyone. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I'm going to focus, as Dr. Rita has mentioned, on effective methods of publishing papers, and particularly in SCI journals. By that, I mean journals that are highly regarded, highly ranked, and they are of utmost interest to most academics around the world. So that is really the emphasis, and I'm going to start with we only have an hour, unfortunately, for a talk like this. I normally give full day workshops on this particular topic. So after this hour, if there are any people who would like to ask particular questions, please do so after the end of this hour-long talk. But if there's a pressing question that you'd like to ask in between, please don't hesitate to interrupt, because sometimes by the end of the presentation, you will forget what you wanted to ask. So if your question is potentially of interest to other listeners, then of course I'd like to answer it right away. So I want to start with just a broad perspective of where we are with the scientific research publications in general. And this pertains to all areas of science, technology, mathematics. It is not just about the built environment, but all these areas that directly affect and economics as well, that directly affect the way that the world is organized, and the way that the societies are run, and all the scientific insights into the various phenomena that are important in the society. So this is just a rough estimate of where the world is with respect to scientific research publications. We see that as of the present time, United States is still producing the largest number of articles that are published in SCI journals. But that has to be taken with a grain of salt, because the way that this is determined is by the physical address, institutional address of the corresponding author. And as we all know, in many instances, one paper may have different co-authors from different countries on different continents. So the next, so a lot of these papers that have a corresponding author in the United States may well have co-authors in China, in other countries in North America, in Europe, everywhere else in the world. So the second on the list is China, of course, China being the most populous country. China has over 3,000 universities and a lot of researchers working in various areas, presenting world-class, high-quality research. And then the rest of the world, you can see, is on the left-hand side of this plot. And a lot of countries in the European Union, many other countries in Asia, well-developed nations such as South Korea, Taiwan, India is a developing country, but also the second most populous country in the world. And then a cluster of many well-developed countries with very relatively very few publications and the growth rate not particularly high. So we can see that the growth rate for the United States is a lot lower than the growth rate for China. So it's very likely that within the next couple of years, China will be the #1 source of scientific publications as determined by the physical address of the corresponding author. On the other hand, we can see some countries that are starting from a relatively low base, such as Malaysia, Iran, or Romania, or Saudi Arabia, or even Pakistan, that have very, very high growth rates. So they're likely to become some of the major contributors of scientific literature in the not too distant future. So this is where we are globally. I can tell you right now that for our journal for automation and construction, almost 60% of all paper submissions at this point in time actually do come from China. The corresponding author has the institutional, the physical address inside China. And this is by far the largest country of origin of all papers that are being submitted for consideration and review by our journal. This is not to say that we have exactly the same proportions as far as the papers actually being published, but the trend is clear that the growth of papers that are coming from China is undeniable. So another interesting question that we have to ask ourselves is, do we have more papers being published nowadays comparing to the number of papers being published, say, 10, 20, 40, or 50 years ago? And the answer is that absolutely yes. We have a lot more papers. If you plot the cumulative number of articles that were published, say, from 1970 or even earlier times, all the way up to the second decade of this current 21st century, then of course we can see that this is not quite an exponential growth yet, but it's a very rapidly ascending curve. When you look at the articles published in the previous 20 years, the cumulative number very closely follows that trend, which simply means that with over 40 million articles published in SCI index journals since 1970s, about 20 million were published in the last 20 years, which leads us to the conclusion that for all of you who are junior researchers right now, 90% of all articles that will have ever been published will be published in your own working lifetime. That's a lot of pressure on younger academics. It is not unusual in the United States, in China, and many other countries that in order to be considered for promotion and some sort of an equivalent of a tenured appointment at an academic institution, currently in many fields of engineering, you need about between 20 or 30 SCI journal papers already published or accepted for publication. And the reason I say SCI journal papers is that however imperfect it is, it has become a world standard for some measure of quality. However, that quality is defined, primarily because of the peer review. So when we look at the publishing market today, we have roughly about 2,000 science, technology, and mathematics publishers in the world. And that translates into about 20,000 peer-reviewed journals. Those journals that are highly ranked and highly considered in various science, technology disciplines, STM disciplines. So that translates into roughly 1.4 million peer-reviewed articles that appear every year in these journals. So you can see that with 20,000 peer-reviewed journals and only 2,000 STM publishers, there are roughly 10 journals per publisher, but there are some world-leading organizations in that regard that capture more than 70% of that market when it comes to the volume of publications. And some of the companies are household names now among scientific literature authors. That's, of course, Elsevier, that's the publisher of our journal, Taylor and Francis, it's Wiley, it's Springer, Emerald, and a host of other major publishers that publish, in some instances, even several thousand journals per publisher. So you can see that the concentration of journals published by just a handful of major publishers is very large. So what is the role of scientific publications? There are four major roles. The first and foremost role is the registration. Registration is very important because that provides a timestamp to officially note who submitted scientific results first. My standard example that I like to give to my students on why it's so important to be the first to publish a good idea that may be eventually adopted by your peers is an instance that happened about 100 years ago. Everyone who's in the project management business or project management research understands the meaning and the importance of so-called bar chart, right? If I ask my students who invented the bar chart, there is only one answer. It's Henry Gantt, because that's what the bar chart is, that's whom the bar chart is named after. It's the Gantt chart, right? So my next question to them is, do you really believe that Henry Gantt invented the idea of the bar chart? And most people believe that that's the case. Well, in fact, it's not the case. If you dig deeper into the story, you will realize that several years before Gantt, there was another industrial researcher and also who turned an academic. He was in the same line of business as Henry Gantt. He was a steel product manufacturer, but he was not. This was not Henry Gantt in the United States. It was a gentleman by the name of Karol Adamiecki in Poland. But because he didn't publish any papers in English, and he published only locally in local languages, in Polish and later on in Russian as well, nobody in the United States knew about him. And that was 100 years ago. No telephone communications between the continents, obviously no email, no other means of rapid communications. And that's why to this day we call the bar chart a Gantt chart. So those of you who have new brilliant ideas should really not waste any time before you publish that in a good journal, so it can receive a worldwide coverage and recognition. The second role of the scientific publication is certification. Certification means, in our case, a peer review to ensure validity and integrity of all submissions. In other words, colleagues of yours who are anonymous in most instances would pass a judgment about your own research and about the quality of the publication that you have submitted. And in vast majority of cases, the publication that you originally sent to the publisher and that undergoes a review, it almost never makes it to the publication stage without some significant improvements. So the peer review process is designed to point out those imperfections in the presentation of your research results that will result in a better presentation and a better quality output that will be better received by the end users, by the readers. So in very high performing journals, most of these publications that are being submitted for review actually don't make it to the publication stage. Those reviewers decide that the paper is not of sufficiently high quality, and unfortunately it has to be rejected at that stage. But don't despair. Every junior author that has submitted papers for review and consideration for publication has experienced the same thing, rejection. Rejection does not have to be taken in a negative way. Rejection should be viewed as an opportunity to improve your paper and submit it again after all these comments and concerns of the reviewers were fully addressed, taken into consideration, and then that process makes for the much needed improvement in the way that the paper is being composed. The third role is dissemination. Dissemination simply implies that those high quality journals provide a medium for discoveries and findings that can be shared with the scientific community. So this is why, if you're looking for high quality information, you don't turn to personal blogs of various individuals that are posted on the internet. You go to these highly regarded journals and see what was published and what of that, what has been published is relevant for your own field, and how you can possibly use that information that was published to further advance your own research endeavors. And the last role is that of a preservation, and this is the recording of the minutes of scientific results for future generations. So these high quality journals are typically published in both paper and electronic forms. I have been the editor of my journal for 26 years right now. And I have seen this journal grow from paper only publication to both paper and online publication. And in the current realities of the publication market, about 90% of the journal subscriptions are fully electronic. Libraries in many parts of the world no longer subscribe to paper versions of journals for one simple reason: they're running out of storage space. And because of the convenience of access of electronic copies of journal papers, they opt for electronic access only, which doesn't take up space, doesn't require physical storage. And everybody who's subscribing to that particular journal, either through their institutional library or even through individual subscriptions, can access, print out, and read a copy of the paper of interest from the convenience of their own desktop computer and home printer or office printer. So even the cost of printing is gradually being passed on to the end user rather than from the publisher. And this is the mode of prevalent mode of dissemination. And then the issue of preservation is an important one, because some journals that exist in the electronic format only, there is no guarantee that 20 or 50 years from now, the same storage devices and the same media will be used to access that data. And there are even some historical experiences that indicate that anything that has been preserved in a paper format, in a hard copy format, is more likely to survive than something that has only been has only been preserved maybe in the cloud on some publisher's server. There is absolutely no guarantee that any particular publisher or journal will survive well into the future decades. So what I can conclude from that is that if you're really worried about the preservation of the record of your discoveries, of your results, you should probably publish in the journal that has both paper and electronic format. But that's just my own personal view. There are many excellent journals that are published in the electronic format only, and there is no reason for me to believe that anytime soon they'll run into any sort of difficulty. This is just a general comment that I myself and many of my colleagues who are in the editorial activities realm would agree with. So I want to make a few practical comments about what it actually takes to prepare your paper. If you're new to this area, if you're just starting out in composing papers that are destined for review and consideration by these SCI journals, there are a few practical strategies and tactical steps that you need to take in order to be effective in this activity. The first question that you have to ask yourself is whether you're actually ready to publish or not. If you're considering publication, you have to ask yourself how long ago were those results achieved. There are many researchers who are simultaneously or maybe even sequentially working on a variety of ideas, on a variety of projects, and as they are about to finish with one project, they embark on another project that becomes maybe more exciting, more interesting, more pressing to work on at this point in time, and they leave a research report that they were going to turn into a journal publication. They leave it in the back of their drawer because now they're busy with something else. But then a few years later, their boss comes to them and asks them to prepare their academic accomplishment portfolio, and that portfolio will be used as documentation to consider that individual for academic promotion. And then a scramble starts that now you just reminded yourself of that unfinished report and that you are going to turn it into a paper, and that paper has now come to the forefront of your interest because you need to generate a list of publications. And then when you look at what you have done a few years ago and you start researching the current literature, you can quickly come to the realization that perhaps there were other researchers in the same field, maybe in other parts of the world, who have already published since that time some even more interesting papers that are better than what you have produced a few years ago. So in that case, that work should be considered as outdated and probably does not stand a chance of publication in a high quality journal. But if you have new and original results that nobody has published before, then you should be ready to prepare that paper and send it out for consideration for publication. So what are the types of manuscripts that journals published? First and foremost, full articles, full scientific articles that should be of the strongest interest to junior academics. There are also other types of communications that are very important. Review papers are those kinds of papers that receive a lot of attention, a lot of citations as well, because when you start an introduction section in your paper, you really want to cite those reviews that have contributed to the systemization of the knowledge that your paper belongs to, that area of knowledge. And instead of regurgitating what other researchers have concluded, you can simply save some space and time by citing these very informative review papers. Your review papers do not contribute to the new results to the body of knowledge in your area, but they take a systematic view of the knowledge that has been produced up to that point in time and present it in a coherent format that is easy to understand, but also generates a lot of creative thinking as to how that field should be moving forward in the near future. And then the last form of publications of the kind of manuscript is a letter to the editor or short communications. It's slowly but surely going away in SCI journals for one simple reason, and the reason is that we don't really have journals, not that many journals at least, that are published in paper form only. Most of the SCI journals, almost all of them, I would venture to say, have both the electronic format as well as the paper format. If the journal only existed, or if it still exists only in the paper format, then it takes a pretty long cycle to receive a communication from the reader, then publish that communication in the next issue of the journal, and have the author of the original paper in question respond to the concerns of the reader. So the way it used to take place was that the paper was published in a paper issue, article was published in the paper issue of the journal. A reader had some critical comments about that. Those comments were sent from the reader to the editor of the journal. The editor would receive also possibly other comments from other authors, would compile those comments, send all these comments to the author and ask the author to respond. And the response by the author, along with those concerns and comments from readers, would be published in the subsequent issue of the journal. So that subsequent publication by the author responding to the concerns of the readers would be called a closure. Right now, when we have blogs and discussion groups that are run by some publishers, you can publish your concerns and await comments and responses from the author almost in real time. These blogs can be published instantaneously, or comments on the blogs instantaneously, and the communication between all participants in that scientific exchange are greatly facilitated by the internet and by web browsers, along with older functionalities. So when it comes to the citation numbers for various types of articles that are published, obviously review articles attract the highest numbers of citations, because for the reason that I mentioned earlier, many researchers want to cite these papers as being authoritative in presenting up-to-date knowledge in a given field in an organized fashion for everyone to follow. Then we have the green line is our regular articles. This is the types of the numbers of citations that these articles attract. They have a fairly long lifespan. And then these notes to the editor and discussion pieces, they have a far shorter life cycle, but they also can attract, especially if they're controversial, they can attract a larger number of citations than even regular articles initially, and then that tapers off, and then regular articles actually have a longer lifespan. All right, so what is the best practice that is preferred by journal editors when it comes to the listing of authorship? The preferred way to list authors in a scientific journal paper is to list the corresponding author of the paper as the first author. But we all realize that this is not always the case, especially in the case of a group of authors where some co-authors are more proficient in English than others. And of course, we're assuming that these are English language publications. Sometimes the corresponding author is perhaps one of the junior authors on the paper that happens to be most proficient in English, and that person is designated as the contact person for the entire group of authors. So that is less preferred by editors, but often practiced by the teams of authors, and we just have to recognize that. So typically in many journals, the corresponding author's name is denoted with an asterisk, and the asterisk simply indicates that this is the corresponding author to whom all correspondence in regard to that paper should be directed, and that corresponding author can disseminate whatever correspondence comes in to the other members or of the authorship team. So that's the principle. But here I want to also mention that depending on the field that you are in, the numbers of authors can be vastly different. If you take the field of mathematics, typically a paper that is published in a high quality journal would have one author, sometimes two, but in most cases it would actually be just a single author. In areas such as chemistry or physics, the number of authors in some extreme cases can go into hundreds, and in exceptional cases even into thousands. There have been instances of papers with perhaps over 3,000 co-authors of one very short paper. The paper may be on 3-4 pages, sometimes 5. I have personally seen papers in experimental chemistry where the topic of the paper was a structural formula for a new chemical compound that was going to be the active ingredient of a sought-after drug that was under development for breast cancer, and that paper had something on the order of 700 co-authors. So imagine yourself being in the group of 700 co-authors and having to provide the list of publications for your CV. Then the list of co-authors would probably be longer than the paper itself. So in such instances, of course, you simply say that you were co-author number 273 out of 700 co-authors, and something that you would also want to add, by the way, the #1 co-author was a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry, and his name is so-and-so. That usually gathers or attracts a lot of attention, and it speaks highly of yourself that you are one of the co-authors of a paper, together with a Nobel Prize winner or someone who's very prestigious in your field. But in the field of built environment, economics, engineering, the most usual cases are when you have just a handful of co-authors on the paper. Could be 2-3 co-authors, sometimes 5 or 7, rarely more than that. So who is listed as a first author, who's listed as a second author, and so forth, is oftentimes a matter of culture. In the United States, the prevailing culture is that if I myself publish a paper with my PhD student or with another junior author, I want to insist that my name is the last name on the list of co-authors on that paper. But in many Central European countries, for example, the trend and the prevailing culture is just the opposite. The most senior author is the highest ranking person in terms of academic stature, and then the PhD student who may have had the largest input into and the largest amount of time and effort spent on the preparation of the results of that paper and writing the paper itself may be listed as the last co-author, simply because of the pecking order of co-authors. So as a journal editor, I have to recognize those cultural differences, and I'm not here to deny them or to fight them. I'm simply here to say that there is a great deal of diversity in a way that that these pecking orders are perceived. And yet, to throw it into the mix, there are also some cultures and some countries where the listing of co-authors is purely alphabetic, based on the family name, the last name of each co-author, and that becomes very confusing because unless you have the listing of their professional titles and their positions, if you don't know these people personally or even indirectly, then it's hard to say as to who was the biggest contributor to the effort to prepare that particular paper. So I also want to say two things about practices that are strongly discouraged. In fact, many of them may be highly unethical, or in some extreme cases even criminal. You don't want to be involved with a paper that you had absolutely nothing to do with. And this is unfortunately often the temptation of junior authors. If your superior requires you to produce a minimum of 2 SCI journal papers per year, and the end of the year is looming on you, you only have 1 paper that is ready to be sent out for review, and you need 2, then you're tempted to go to your colleague and say, hey, please include my name on the paper that you're sending out for review, and I'll do the same for you. And then this way, each of us will have 2 papers instead of 1, and we'll save our skin that way. I would strongly discourage you from doing that, because the quality of the paper that you are totally unfamiliar with may not be at the level that you would wish it to be. And then later on, when someone asks you in some committee level, when you're being considered, say, for a research award, and they ask you what was your involvement with that paper, what did you have to do with it, and if you don't even remember, if you have nothing to say, that may be held against you. So always have some history behind that paper, always have some history of involvement with these co-authors on that paper, if you want to value your reputation, because your reputation as an academic is the most important asset that you have. It's not the money, it's not the titles, it's not any other form of recognition, but the reputation in your peer community. That is really important. And I want to also highlight something which is just the opposite of gift authorship. And that is called the ghost authorship. I realize that in fields such as ours, as the built environment, it doesn't really exist. But in some fields, like say industrial pharmacy, it's quite rampant, I would even say. And this has to do with the situation when you have a paper ready to be sent out for review for possible publication, but you don't want your name to go onto the list of co-authors of that paper. Why would anybody want to go through all the effort of preparing a paper and not listing your own name on that paper? Well, the reason is simple. If you're a researcher who's working in a scientific lab that is preparing a particular product, and that product is very likely to turn into a huge profit for your organization on the market, but it has to have an appearance of independent testing and independent confirmation of its quality, then you don't want your name on that paper, because that would imply a conflict of interest. You want somebody else to testify that this is indeed a good result. And there were instances where this led to criminal prosecution, and people who were actually doing that losing their jobs, and in some cases even paying very high penalties for something like this. This is important, especially in the field of pharmacy, where these scientific results can turn into a product that ultimately, when it's tested, it becomes a huge liability for the corporation or the organization that may have made millions, or in some cases billions of dollars in profits, but those profits originated from a perception that the product was actually fully tested and of very high quality. And if there were some flaws discovered, then of course people who are backing it up, even without having full knowledge of what went on during the research process, would bear the brunt of their responsibility. So these are some comments on authorship. Usually when I talk about the type of authors and authorship, my listeners have a lot of questions to ask. So if anyone has any questions at this point, feel free to stop me and I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I'll just follow through. Are there any questions from anyone? Feel free to speak up. Unmute yourself before you speak up. If not, I will just follow up.
Or maybe some of them that they have got a question that is like one of them they have got a question that is like corresponding author and also first author. So which is much more important from your own point of view then?
Right. From my point of view, it doesn't really matter. From my point of view, I communicate with the corresponding author because that's the contact information I have. When it comes to the level of prestige, it varies from organization to organization. I realize that, for example, in China, being a corresponding author on a paper is important, especially for junior academics. So those for whom it's important usually step up and assume the role of the communication intermediary with the editorial office. But for the rest of the world, I would say that whoever is listed on as the first author, the implication is that this is the person who has provided the largest amount of effort in putting that paper together, or someone who was the biggest inspiration and the major brain behind the idea of that paper. And hopefully it's both. It's both. So the same person is both behind the idea of the paper and the procedures that were followed, and that was also the person that was developed. This is the cleanest case, but oftentimes I realize that this may not be so. So I guess the simplest answer is that both people are important, both the corresponding author and whoever is listed as the first author. But sometimes, you know, if the paper comes from the US, I implicitly look at who is the last author, because then I realize that this is probably the person that was the most senior paper, the inspiration behind the paper, and the first author is the person who actually developed the paper to its full form.
So that's a bit about the culture then, if that's the case. So, is there anyone from the floor that you have got a question on this? One of them, they have got a question that is, can we have a video recording for the presentation? Because of the bad internet connection that he has here.
Right. I think the recording is already going on, right?
Yeah. But then it is like that he just want to ask whether or not that we can have got a video recording. Even though we take the recording, we can just delete it.
Yes.
So in absence of your permission, we cannot record anything and then keep anything and then send it to others. So I think
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So another thing I want to say, because we are not able to really discuss everything in great detail, I want to say something about the paper title. This is almost like squaring a circle. You want to use the fewest possible words in the title of the paper, but at the same time, the title should adequately describe the content of the paper. How do you do that with very few words? And then you also have to identify the main issue that is the subject matter of the paper. And do not use rarely used abbreviations. So obvious abbreviations that everybody's familiar with, such as CO2 or DNA, are perfectly okay, but the made up names of computer programs that you have invented yourself are not a good idea to include them in the paper. So that is often the last thing that is decided on the paper. When you look at the pecking order as to what happens, when we receive papers for our journal, and we typically receive about 150, 170, in some cases 200 papers per month for review, new papers. And each paper in our journal gets reviewed several times before it's finally accepted for publication. And sometimes the authors are already very tired by the time that they are on their 5th, 6th, or even 7th iteration, in some extreme cases even more than that. And they're very tired of making all these changes that are being requested by reviewers and editors, associate editor, and myself as editor-in-chief. And finally, when I'm getting ready to accept the paper, I sent a letter to the author saying that I'm getting ready to accept your paper, but under one condition. And that condition is that you change the title of the paper. And then I say, this is my idea what the title of your paper should be. And I can tell you that in 26 years as an editor-in-chief, I have never heard a no from the author at that stage. Everybody says, okay, please publish the paper right away. You can give it whatever title you want. I just want to see the paper published. And my idea of a good title is the shortest possible title that gives adequate description of the content of the paper, identifying its main research issue that is being tackled. Keywords are very important. They are used by indexing and abstracting services, so they're considered to be a label of your manuscript. So when someone like yourself, when you're doing a literature review for your paper and you're looking through hundreds of different papers, different titles, different abstracts, you're typically looking for keywords that are of direct interest to you. So if the keywords are poorly constructed, and if they're not reflective of the content of the paper, your paper may be likely to be glanced over and not even considered for citation. And citations to you as junior academics should be very important, because they are a measure of relevance of your research, how quickly your research is picked up on and followed by other academics, by other researchers in your field. So you should be very careful how you select your keywords. Sometimes an editor will ask you to choose from a list of pre-accepted keywords that they use for their journal. I can tell you off the record, resist those requests because oftentimes these keywords would not be reflective of the content of your own paper. And you're better off making your keywords as specific as they possibly can be to the contents of your paper, and avoid words that are overly generic. If your paper is in the field of project management, don't use project management as the keywords of your paper, because they're overly generic and they don't really speak to what you're focusing on in your paper. Make them as specific as possible. The abstract is extremely important because that's considered to be an advertisement to your article. You have to make it interesting and understandable. Short sentences, very short sentences, and very much to the point. The worst abstract that you can produce is the one that starts reading like an introduction to your paper. I see this mistake made by junior academics over and over again. There is only space for 6 short sentences in your abstract. The first sentence should be, what this paper is all about. In other words, what is the subject matter that the paper is addressing. The second sentence is the research question that your paper is attempting to answer. The third sentence is what are the means and methods that you use in arriving at the answer to your research question. In other words, what's the methodology? Then the fourth sentence is what are the results that you have achieved? And the fifth sentence is what do those results mean and why they are important for the community of researchers working in your field. And the last sentence is simply what are the directions for future research that are inspired by your own results presented in that paper. This is it. There is no more space for anything else in the abstract of the paper. So an ideal abstract should be no more than half a page. If it's 3/4 of a page, it's okay. If those sentences have to be necessarily longer because it's impossible to express a complex idea in a short sentence, it's okay. But if the abstract is a 1 page long, it's already too long. The abstract should be very easy to understand and very easy to follow, because a typical researcher who is reviewing papers for consideration for their own review of literature usually takes approximately 10 to 15 seconds to read the abstract. And if the message in the abstract doesn't sink in that amount of time, they move on to the next paper. And your paper may be just glanced over and not properly noticed for what it deserves. So make it accurate and specific. A clear abstract will strongly influence whether or not your work is being considered. The shorter the abstract, the better. So I want to end with a very important slide. There's a lot more slides that I sent to Dr. Rita that you're welcome to look at, but because we only have an hour, this is the essence of my message to you today. What is important in a scientific paper? Based on my 26 years of experience as an editor, I can tell you that if your paper contains all these ingredients that are listed on this slide, it has a very, very high chance of being accepted. If there is anything missing in your paper that is on this slide, then you are probably going to have problems with the reviewers, and the reviewers will not be ready to accept your paper as is. So what is that first issue? They don't necessarily have to be in this order, but all these issues that are on this slide should really be present in your paper. So first and foremost, what is the why is the topic of your paper important, and for whom it's important? Who are the constituents? Who are the group of people for whom that topic is important? And then you have to say, what is the problem, specific problem that your paper is attempting to solve? And then you have to look at who has previously worked on similar or related problems. That's your literature review. And you have to be very thorough, especially if you're a PhD student or a young researcher that is getting ready to defend your work in front of an academic committee. They will ask you to be the world's most expert on that subject, at least on the day of your presentation. The day after, somebody else may pick up on your work and do something better, make an improvement upon your work, and that's perfectly okay. But if you're not the world's best expert on the day of your PhD defense on that narrowly defined topic, my hypothesis is that probably the committee will think that you don't deserve a PhD. So for that one day only, you're supposed to be the world's best, most informed expert on that narrowly defined topic. So that's your literature review. Who has previously worked on similar or related problems? Also with respect to application of certain tools that you're using, not necessarily in your own field, but you're supposed to be knowledgeable about that. And include all of that in your literature review. So it has to be thorough, but at the same time, avoid the temptation of placing too many citation items in your list of references. If your paper has more than 100 citations to different publications, I would typically reject that paper on the basis that you're practicing an inflated number of citations. There is just no way that in one paper you can critically review and have something meaningful to say about more than 100 citations. A typical good paper would have anywhere between 20 to maybe 50 or 60 citations. The ideal number from my own standpoint would be somewhere around 25 to 30 citations, sometimes 35, 40, 50 is still okay, but anything above 50 is always a suspect. And my typical comment to authors is, have you really critically reviewed those citations? And sometimes when I see that the paper has 170 citations, my question to the author is, have you actually even read all of those publications, and have you understood their exact content? And the honest answer would be typically no. I just listed them because I thought they were relevant without really checking how relevant they really are. So the next thing that you really have to do in your paper, you have to make a clear presentation on your research question. What is the specific research question that your paper is answering? And one question can have different subcomponents, and you can see that it's not always easy to formulate that question. The question can be in the form of a hypothesis as well that needs to be verified, and the verification may have a positive or negative result, and it's okay if it's a negative result, but you have to go through the motions of explaining why this hypothesis may not necessarily be true. So clear formulation of the research question is of paramount importance. And then you have to say, what is the research method that is used to generate the answer to the research question? That is very important. That's the presentation of your research methods that would make that paper a valuable tool. It will become valuable tool for someone to repeat your experiment if you have given an exhaustive description of your research methods. If there are any gaps or any misconceptions or unclear statements in the presentation of your research method, it's going to be very quickly picked up by the reviewers, and that can become a basis for rejection of your paper. And next, you have to give a very clear presentation, very detailed presentation of the results obtained with the use of the method that you just described. And this also provides the answer to your research question, a very detailed description of the answer to your research question. And that's not it. Then you have to discuss. The discussion section is very important, and oftentimes that's the section from which the reviewers of the paper start reading your paper. If they're happy with the discussion section, they see that there are very interesting insights as to what those results mean. They're positively predisposed to reading the rest of your paper. But if the discussion is poor or outright non-existent, that can very often serve as a basis for rejection of the paper. So you have to answer that question. Why are your results significant, and how have they been validated in practice? If your validation is a mere computer simulation based on a model that you have developed yourself that has not been even validated with other applications, those results can be questioned, and they often are. And this can also serve as a basis for rejection of the paper, or at least the delay of consideration of your paper. The reviewers will send it back to the authors simply saying, provide the verification of your results in practice, and then come back to us so we can review these results and see if the validation is indeed credible. And then, extremely important, it's also to discuss what are the future directions for follow-up research. In other words, what kind of inspiration does your paper provide for future generation of researchers that will pick up on your ideas and carry it forward? Because you have to show with the literature review and now future directions for follow-up research, in your paper, you're clearly placing yourself on the map on this continuous spectrum of issues that are being addressed with respect to that problem that your paper is addressing. No one is operating in the vacuum. We're a global academic research community that strives for the advancement of knowledge in our area. So every paper has to make a significant contribution to the body of knowledge in your respective disciplines. If the paper does not answer a clear question on what's the contribution to the body of knowledge that your results provide, then the paper is not likely to be accepted by reviewers. So these are the general comments that I wanted to make about why it's important to structure your paper in a way that it will be a success with the review process. And reviewers are often sympathetic to junior authors. The role of the reviewers is not to reject your paper. It's to help you to make your paper better, to make it more presentable to the scientific community, so it will be appreciated. And when it's appreciated, it's also highly cited. So we are all very interested in having the results of our work not only published, but also recognized in the peer community. And that's exactly the purpose of the review process. And that's the purpose of this whole effort that you go through before your paper becomes published. Okay, so I've exhausted my my 1 hour time limit. Then I understand that we have half an hour break before the actual workshop. I mentioned to Dr. Rita, I'll be happy to stick around for the next half hour to answer any questions that you may have. And then starting at 10 o'clock Hong Kong time, we should be able to run something that we would call a research clinic. Different people use different names for the same activity, but if anyone has a paper in preparation and you're looking at this list of issues on this slide that I believe that the paper should have, and if there's something missing and you want to ask a specific question about what may be missing in your paper, when you confront it with this list, I'll be happy to answer these questions. So thank you very much for your attention, and let's hope that this was useful and productive for you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Miroslav. And then do you have any one of you that you have got some of the general question? As Professor Miroslav suggested, for this half an hour, they will be having a general questions, right? And then afterwards, there will be like the question for like if you have got the paper for which that you can just ask Professor Miroslav for the comments. So we have got some of you that you are here, and then any questions that we have got over 100, we have got 181 participants here. So in such a large scale that you have to raise a question as soon as possible. So who wants to be the first one to answer? Eugene. Okay.
Yeah, Professor, thank you for the insightful presentation. May I ask one question that is I'm wrestling with recently? I'm Dr. Tarun from India, and I'm a young researcher. So in a sense, I'm going a few steps ahead from your presentation, and I was thinking, what is the practical implication of the research that we do? And I think you are the best person to answer this question more than anyone else. For instance, I'll read out the comment of an editor-in-chief of one of the recent papers of ours. The mere evaluation of practices in an X country, even though they may be interesting, even urgent, have no place in an archival research journal. Journal is not directed at practitioners, but at research community. I want to cut short the story that, okay, apart from citations and publishing papers, what is that we want our research to do? Or what is the, how is research really making relevance to the modern world? I'm talking particularly about built environment, because other research areas we really see the values. Let us say someone is inventing a COVID vaccine, that makes sense. But in our built environment research, I would rather be very glad to hear from you about this. Maybe you can take an example from your recent papers and say, or how you have seen the practical implications of your research over time, because you have a pretty long and noble career, a great career. So I would be happy to hear from you. Thank you for your insightful presentation.
Yes, this is a very important question. Thank you for asking, Dr. Tarun. I don't know if the comment that you just quoted came from the editor or from the reviewer of the journal.
It's the editor-in-chief of that journal.
Of built environment.
One of the built environment, yes. One of the top-notch journals of our
yes, and I agree with his comment to the extent that the papers that are published in top quality scholarly journals that have worldwide audiences are not interested in papers that are country specific. So for example, I get a lot of papers that get rejected outright that want to address the issue, say, of BIM, building information modeling practice in a particular country. I just got a paper from South Africa that I rejected that was clearly focused on what are the conditions that have to be met by South African construction industry before widespread successful adoption of BIM practices in South Africa. So the standard answer is the readers, say in China or in the United States or in India, may not necessarily be interested in the topic of what is it that the South African industry needs to do. Because many of those questions have already been answered at the generic level that were published in papers either in our journal, say 10 years ago or 15 years ago, or in other journals in the field. And then in fact, in commercial journals that are, or magazines that are made that are made specifically for industry practitioners. So when it comes to the other aspect that the editor-in-chief of the journal mentioned is that the journal, yes, indeed, is directed at the research community, but we have to realize that the research community in the field of built environment is not operating in the vacuum, completely isolated from the practice community. So the ideas that we present and the knowledge that we advance ultimately has to be translated into practical applications. And so perhaps what he was, and I don't know the specifics of the paper that he was commenting on, but my reading of his comments is that he would be concerned that perhaps the results that are being presented are of practical importance to the industrial community, to the industry community, but when it comes to the level of quality, presenting new body of knowledge that has not yet been advanced by the scientific community, that aspect of the paper may be quite low or lacking. So in other words, that knowledge has already been published, has been pre-existing in the scientific community, but maybe it wasn't quite fully transferred to industry practice. So if even if the paper is interested for the industrial practitioners, it may not provide sufficient contribution to the body of knowledge that would be of interest to people like you and me, who are in the business of pushing the envelope and expanding that knowledge beyond what has already been reported in scientific literature. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Professor. That's insightful. Would you be answering the second part of the question? How do you see our research contributions making sense to the real world?
Well, the way that that the contributions that we make to the real world is through the validation of the concepts that are presented in our papers. So if you're answering a research question based on the concepts that you have presented in the paper, that answer needs to be bounced against a practical application in industry. And that provides for the validity of the results that you have obtained. If that is missing and that link between industrial application and the quality of your results is missing, that in our journal at least becomes a basis for rejection by many of the reviewers who are asking for that for validation. Now, in some exceptional cases, reviewers may be receptive to the idea that validation through results coming from a simulation models are good enough, but only in instances where practical applications of an idea that is so advanced that the industry is not quite ready to test it on actual projects is extremely difficult. I can give you an example. I have a PhD student right now who's working on the topic of using visual sensors to monitor the quality of concrete placement in real time. And he's been struggling with the practical validation of the experimental setup that he has in a laboratory environment, because he needs to validate it in a real concrete pour, in a massive concrete pour on a real project. And it's very difficult to find a concrete contractor who would be receptive to the idea of another level of complication in providing a massive concrete pour. You know that on a construction project, when you're pouring concrete, everything has to stop. That concrete pour has absolute top priority, because if you are slightly, even slightly delayed with the delivery of that concrete into the formwork, that concrete may become just a waste material that has to be discarded. So there is a tremendous cost implication for these contractors. So they're not willing to take this extra level of risk to allow my junior researcher to set up an experiment. So we have to simulate the results of this research in a laboratory environment, simply because the cost of failure of this experiment would be so massive for an industrial practitioner that no one is willing to accept that risk. So that's about the only exception. And his paper was actually rejected by several colleagues, simply saying that if you don't have practical validation, how can you testify to the results of this research? But it's just an issue that you have to grapple with on an individual basis when the issue comes up. And the collective wisdom of the reviewers and the editors will decide as to whether these results are worthy of publication or not.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
So
Anyone
the next
else?
one will go to Raoul-Jean. So you haven't finished your question yet?
Okay. Iraq. This is Roy Jin working from Brighton, UK. And my question is about the research methodology. Personally, I think the construction management field is being updated with all kinds of different methods, even from other disciplines. For example, the latest information technology. I'm not biased against any research methods. However, in more recent years, I can see some other scholars are kind of not liking the traditional, let's say, questionnaire survey or semi-structured interview. And sometimes we also receive some emails asking for questionnaire, which should be sent to industry professionals, but sent to me, or some other Yahoo CMBR group posted with questionnaire. So my question is, what's your personal opinion? Is this kind of questionnaire survey is going to be kind of abandoned or belittled in these upcoming years?
Yes, I have to be honest with you. If we receive a paper whose primary contribution appears to be results of a questionnaire, the paper never makes it to the stage of being reviewed by reviewers. We reject those papers outright. And the reason is quite simple. It's extremely difficult, outright impossible, to get high quality results in a built environment research area, results from the questionnaire, because the results from the questionnaire would have to be statistically analyzed to be valid. And the first question about the validity of the results is how random is the sample that you have obtained, and it's almost impossible to get a random sample of respondents. And oftentimes the responses that come from questionnaires come from people who are not true experts as they may profess to be. And sometimes it's an act of desperation for someone who's dispensing a questionnaire to get any answers from anybody. And they put these questionnaires on CNBR, or they would circulate them among their own colleagues. And the typical rate of response to a questionnaire in our field, especially if the questionnaire is dispensed by a PhD student, even under the direction of his or her supervisor, that response rate is well under 10%. It's oftentimes 2%, 3%, 4%, and the quality of the sample leaves a lot to be desired. So it's very difficult to obtain these results. A much better approach, if you really want to do qualitative research, is a case study-based approach. You can delve into a few interesting cases where you can ask deep probing questions of people who are real experts involved in that particular project or in that issue. And you can analyze these answers, and then you can extrapolate them from those case studies to make generalized comments. And I have seen far more success with a case study based approach than with questionnaire approach. I think my personal opinion is that the questionnaire based research methodologies have outlived their usefulness. And unless you employ some very clever methods of obtaining your data through maybe some big data methodologies where you can obtain these answers serendipitously from even unknowing or unsuspecting responses, it's very difficult to justify that that the quality of the results are indeed at the level that would justify their publication.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello?
then Adhikari, right?
No,
Oh,
I am.
Oyetunji.
Oyituni. Oyituji.
Yes. Yes. Can I go ahead, please?
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I have some series of questions that have been bothering my mind, and I will actually say that of all the section that I've attended during this period, this is the most outstanding session.
Thank you. Thank you.
That. Yes. Now, my first question is this. I attended a seminar where they were talking about high impact factor journal, and they were using some metrics to measure that although there are some high impact journals that when you see the ranking or the rating, you will feel is high impact factor journal, but on the other hand, they are not actually high impact factor journal because of, there are some editors that they have some colleagues that send paper to them, and we know what is, because I am also a lecturer, and some of these things works. I can't see Dr. Rita's paper because she's close to me and she wants to get it published, especially when, for instance, from Nigeria, where I come from, where they are vying for promotion, and it's publish or you perish. So this is one aspect. Then the number two aspect is I sent out a paper which because I believe more in a more generalized paper or a case specific than just to say in a particular location. But the editor, when the editor was sending it back, the editor said, this method is too simple. This method is too simple. And after 3 years, I saw another paper published in that same direction using the same method, which was rejected 3 years back.
In the same journal?
Second question.
Was it in
the
the same
journal? The same journal, yes. Then my number 3 question is, when you look at the other sectors, you see different types of papers cropping up. For instance, if you go to agriculture, you will see Oyetunji writing a paper on peanuts. All his paper will be peanut and cashew, peanut and granules, peanut and this. And many of these papers are accepted because they know that they need to get promoted. But when you come to the built environments, the real estates, you discover that majority of papers are being turned down and turned down and turned down and turned. Prove in that aspect of making most of our paper being more recognizable.
Well, this is a difficult question to answer because every field has its own publication standards. So what is acceptable in agriculture may not be acceptable in the field of the built environment. What is acceptable in physics would be a totally different standard that is accepted in chemistry and the biology, and certainly every field has its own constituent group, and it has to serve the needs of the end users, that is readers like you and me and many other people who are advancing the body of knowledge in the field. So I cannot specifically speak to the issue of why a particular editor considered your method too simple. Too simple sounds like a pretty peculiar criticism or accusation. Simple is actually good if it works. If it works and if it achieves the objective, it doesn't have to be necessarily overly complex. You can also get an accusation of your method is so complex and convoluted that no one can follow exactly what you're saying. I get a lot of papers, especially from authors in Eastern Europe, that are overly mathematical. Let's say someone is using a very obscure mathematical theory to explain a phenomenon of, say, a schedule delay on a construction project, and is going into tremendous lengths trying to model a phenomenon that, in my own opinion and the opinion of the reviewers, is not really that easy to model. But the definition of the model is always, a model is a simplification of reality. And in the particular instance of that paper I'm referring to from the back of my memory is that the author tried to make the model even more complicated than reality. And it's sort of splitting the hair and involving extremely arcane mathematical methods to do that. So the criticism can go either way. Either your method is too simple or too complicated. The question is, does it serve the purpose? Does it reflect sufficiently the phenomena in the real environment that help you understand the ongoing processes? Or if it just muddies the water, and if it doesn't help in the understanding, then the method is practically useless. And you don't want that kind of accusation. But if someone just say that something is too simple, then the next question should follow, it's too simple for what? If it's if it does produce good results, and if it's not overly costly and complicated in use, then my answer would be that it's good, that it's relevant, it's practical. The overriding factor is credibility, repeatability of the method. Let's say, can someone go and repeat your experiment and get the same results under the same conditions? If the answer is no, then your method is suspect. But if the answer allows a reader to repeat your experiment and get the same results, then you have just validated that this is indeed a practical and good method. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense.
Okay, super. So let's see. So Dr. Rita, you're the boss, so you tell me who you want next.
The next one will be Anhikari.
Hikari.
Yes.
Mudias and
Yeah.
I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. I'm sorry.
It's correct. It's correct, Professor. Actually, it's Adhikari.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had a colleague by the name of Adhikari, but he was from Nepal. Are you from Nepal?
No, I'm from Sri Lanka.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Actually, thank you so much for conducting this lecture, and it's very, very valuable for us. My question is very short and simple. As the editor-in-chief, up to what extent do you consider the quality of academic writing of papers to accept? Because for researchers like us who are not native English speakers, it would be very hard to write high-quality journal papers in terms of English, using English language. So what's your opinion on that, and how you evaluate the content in terms of language?
Yes, a very, very important question. The quality of language is extremely important because if the reviewers of the paper cannot understand the content of the paper because the quality of the language is poor, they reject the paper on that basis. And the only advice I can give is to go to a very reliable professional service that provides for effective correction of English grammar and style. But I have to warn you that there are a lot of so-called fly-by-night operators, companies and businesses and individuals who claim to be experts in scientific English editing, and in fact they're not. I've seen a lot of these gold sealed certificates presented by authors of papers that come full of grammatical mistakes and stylistic mistakes. So you have to be dealing with a reputable service. Currently, Elsevier, my publisher of my journal, is providing free service to all authors that are based in mainland China. Because of the coronavirus crisis, they realized that a lot of the young researchers don't have access to their usual resources to be able to make these corrections. So Elsevier has an army of editors that provide this free service right now. If the corresponding author is based in China, and if they want to, they haven't expanded the service to other countries, unfortunately, and I have nothing to do with it. It's just the corporate policy of the publisher. So people in mainland China can benefit from that service. But I have to also say a few other things about this issue. One is that even if you find a person who's an expert in English, but he or she does not understand the subject matter of the paper, and they're not an expert in the field, maybe they have a master's degree or even a doctorate in English, that doesn't mean that they will be in a position to do a good translation of your paper. Because a good translator is not someone who's translating word for word and sentence for sentence. It's, in fact, the person that you want to have accomplish this task should be referred to as an interpreter. An interpreter is not the same as a translator. An interpreter doesn't say in the translation of what you said in your original language, whether it's Tamil in your case or whether it's Sinhalese. The interpreter says in the English translation what you wanted to say. not what you said, but you wanted to say. In other words, the interpretation goes beyond the mere translation of the sentences. It goes on to transpose the text so it's properly interpreted in other contexts, in other cultures, at the international level. So individuals who are not intimately familiar with your own work environment can actually benefit from the level of knowledge and from your scientific results that you're presenting in your paper. So there's a simple experiment that people sometimes do to see whether that interpretation of their paper was good or not. They take, let's say they take a paper that was originally written in Chinese. They send it to this interpreter, and the interpreter converts the Chinese text into an English text. Then the experiment to do is to get that English text, forget about the Chinese text, hide it away, and translate back from English into Chinese. And then see, and then do a direct translation from English to Chinese, and then pull out the original Chinese text and compare the two. If you get the same text, that means that that was a bad interpretation, because it took exactly word for word, sentence for sentence, and translated back and forth. So that interpreted text has to go beyond that basic level of translation. To use this, it's very important that the translator is familiar with the terminology that is used in your field. The more technical the paper, the more important that becomes. So the bottom line is beware, avoid people who are English majors in college to do the translation of your paper. Okay, get someone who's a well-educated engineer, who has maybe a degree from an English-speaking country, who has worked practically in that environment, and now they're in a position to really do a quality job on interpretation. All right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Good. So we are at practically at 10 o'clock. Dr. Rita will decide what we do next. Oh, your microphone is off. You have to unmute yourself.
I think some of them that they will join Rob's section, and then some of them that they have asked you a question, and then they may and then some of them they may not have asked you a question yet. So is that they may have got the papers that's ready, so they may share with you. Because for this summer, I have said that they can actually share the paper with you about like the working paper. So I do welcome anybody that you have got a paper that is ready, that you can go first. So Raojin, your hands is up again.
Sorry, actually I forgot to cancel it, but I guess the time is over. It's no time for another question.
Well, I think Professor Miroslav, you still have got can you answer his question, or you would like
yes. I mean, I'm really open. I really want to use this time productively. So if nobody has a ready paper in preparation, they don't have a specific question about their paper, I'm happy to keep answering general questions. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, if I'm allowed to have a general question. I personally think publishing the paper is a byproduct of the research, because personally I think as an academic it's more important to show your contribution either to the mankind, society, academic, or practice. So would you agree, or what do you think that of like we just treat it as a byproduct rather than the purpose of doing the research?
Exactly. Well, it's impossible to disagree with what you're saying, but you also have to consider the fact that for the outside scientific community, the excellent research that you have done, if it wasn't turned into a scientific paper for everybody to read and see, from their standpoint, you've never done that work because they're not aware of it. How else can they become aware of it other than by seeing a high quality publication that comes from you? So it's very important for academics all the good quality work that they do, the contributions that they made to the body of knowledge, that it is properly acknowledged by the worldwide community. And that's the way that you're being recognized. That's the way that your work is disseminated.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
So it's like more like dissemination of your research to be widely known by the academic community.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And next. All right.
Hello.
Laura, how are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Thank you for the speech. I have one question. May I still ask question?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If the result is developed through practical experience, take delayed claim as example, it's like such like after being a consultant for delayed claim cases, and there is a process or method to analyze the patient time being developed. In that case, what would be a better way to write in the methodology section?
Could you speak closer to the microphone? I cannot clearly hear what you're saying.
I mean, I say, can you hear me now?
No, your voice is not audible. You have to speak closer to the microphone. Hello?
My voice clear now?
Yes, now, yes, please speak.
Okay. My question was if the result is developed through practical experience, such like being consultant for delayed claim cases. After that, a process of a method is being developed to analyze extensional time. In that case, what would be a better way to write in the methodology section?
Well, the methodology section has to be subjugated to the type of research question that you're asking. So oftentimes in our field, methodology combines a unique consists of a unique combination of quantitative and qualitative tools. So methodology is your own philosophical approach to the selection of means and methods that will aid in answering the research question. So that's why we consider methodology always a unique contribution to the body of knowledge, along with the answer to the research question. So it can consist of tools that have already been well developed in other fields, but your application of these tools is unique in a sense that no one has applied these tools for obtaining the answer to that specific research question.
But through practical experiences, most of the time when we solve the problem in the practical cases, sometimes those methods develop as kind of like through like case by case, and we gain the.
Whoops! You muted your microphone. Laura, your microphone is on mute. Okay.
Okay, now I mean because if like in practical experience or practical cases, most of the time the method developed is kind of like out through discussion with the like lawyer or the engineer that involved in that case, and in that way, that kind of methodology was not a particular academical method or any method that being found in literature. In that case, would that still be qualified to put in a paper and as in the methodology section to explain that is through like practical cases?
Well, it's hard for me to answer because I don't know what that methodology involved. If it was sound and if it would allow the reader to reproduce these results on another experiment, if that methodology is fully transparent and fully disclosed, I don't see why that would be a problem. But it would have to be unique, and it would have to be inspiring to other researchers to use it. There has to be some value in recycling that methodology for obtaining answers in similar research questions in the future. And so if you document it properly and if you could document its value and its uniqueness, then I don't see why it couldn't be considered.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So
does
after
it,
Laura,
yes?
Hello?
So here's the next one.
Okay.
Maybe you can actually show up your face. A lot of you that you are very beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen. You can actually.
I'm Laura. That's my question.
Yeah. Okay. So, Laura, you have not yet finished your question, right?
No, I have finished it. I have finished my question, and thank you very much, Professor Skinnerski and you.
Okay.
有水，
Okay. So
有水。
the next one.
够了，我妈又给我个杯子，里面有水。
Who is the person hiding behind the number and no face?
Yeah. Who is the one that's behind the number 186961? You have got a question? We have got 137, but none of you have got questions. Are you sure that you have no questions? I guess some of you may have got some of the
May
some
I
of the
follow
papers.
up a question?
Okay. So please go ahead.
In one particular point, you mentioned that, so for example, in one of the reviewer comments, okay, since you have done this particular study in India, I want that into the keywords or the title. Okay, granted, then it is in the title, so it makes a specific study in the context of it. Now, continuing to your previous suggestion, can you give some practical ideas or tips on how to make it really relevant to the general audience of the world? And most often, this is the second part of the question, most often, as you rightly point out, something that we are dealing with it in India now could be the thing that you have already done 10, 15 years back in the US or in the UK. Now, how to identify key issues and make it really relevant or generic so that there is a real advancement in the body of knowledge. Can you give any practical suggestions or tips in this direction? Thank you.
Well, the audio quality was not very clear, but if I understand your question correctly, and tell me if this is indeed your intent, you're asking a question, how can you make a research context or an experiment context that is relevant in India and specific to India, how can you make it relevant of interest to a global audience?
Yes, perfect, Professor.
Yeah, so there are a couple of ways to do it. One is to frame your research method and your experimental environment in a way that would make it devoid of peculiarities that are only indigenous and specific to India. And what that would be entirely your choice. But if you think that your approach can make it interesting for someone in another country, that the industry would have exactly the same issues and the same concerns. Let's say something related to environment, or something related to a shortage of skilled labor, something related to perhaps logistics issues, supply chain management issues, or job site communication issues that are not that are a big problem in India, but they're also likely to be a big problem in other countries as well. You might want to mention that in the introduction of the paper and again in the conclusions of the paper, so the reviewers clearly see that even if all your experimentation comes from India, and is addressing a problem of specific importance to India, it is also likely to be an important problem for other countries. So the first step and the first thing that you really want to do, never mention a specific country in the title of the paper, and not even in the abstract of the paper, and not in the conclusions of the paper, and not in the discussions of the paper. Only when you are describing your experiment or an illustration to the issue that you are presenting. Then you can say that the experiment was run on the project side by this LT company, which is a big engineering construction company in India, Larsen and Toubro, right? When I've been to India twice, and I've dealt with that company, an excellent company. And there are a couple of other companies that are sort of dominant in the Indian construction market. And if those companies identify a problem and they're very high-tech oriented and very progressive in their technical approaches, so if you set up a project that is run by one of those famous companies with very high reputation, no reviewer will hold it against you, because then in the rest of the paper, you're presenting issues that are very generic and should be of interest to the global audience.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Well, any other questions? Muhammad, you have got a technical question to ask, right? So Muhammad, can you just turn on your mic and then just let our professor know your question?
Mm-hmm. I can see on the group chat, there are some people asking. There is a question from Oludolapo Olanrewaju, that he has a question about, I'm currently undertaking a research paper on emissions during on-site delivery of ready-mixed concrete. I intend to focus majorly on emission sources on site. I'm using case study approach, but I have problem with determination of emission factors. I want professor to advise me regarding this and possibly suggest appropriate methodology. Well, you have to define clearly what emission factors are of importance to you and that work environment in which those factors are being evaluated. First, you need to do a clear and sound literature review on what emission factors are being considered by other researchers in similar settings. And then you have to do an evaluation as to whether these factors are relevant to your setting or not. And from there, you can make a decision as to which factors you will determine as valid for your own experiment that you're setting up for your case study. Okay, so that was the written question from Oludalopo. And so I guess, all right, maybe I don't want to monopolize the entire time because this is supposed to be also for Professor Rob's research questions, and you might want to bring him back. And I don't know. I don't know if he's already on or not. But some people may have questions for him rather than just questions for myself.
So anyone of Muhammad, so you have got a question, you can ask as well.
Hello, Professor.
Hi, Muhammad.
It's Muhammad. Hello, hi, it's Muhammad from Pakistan.
Hi.
And a lot of people have asked you question about the publication and everything, but I have a technical question regarding to a research project. So I would like to ask that lot of with the advent of like the mixed reality and actual and virtual reality concepts are being like lot of research is going on in these fields. So how about incorporating the computer vision technology to the mixed reality for the verification of various processes in construction, like some certification of building authorities like LEED and WELL are going to conduct the physical audits of the building. So how, and they are going to verify that you have used the required materials and certified, pre-certified materials and everything. So there is a lot of paperwork involvement, lot of data to be produced, verified and everything. So although there is a data in the system, so why not incorporate that data into the mixed reality and verify through the computer vision technology and all that?
Well, I don't see why not. You just have to formulate the research question and you have to justify that this is a valid question that nobody has answered before. And if based on your review of prior research in the area, you have a better idea to how to incorporate that data and what would that inclusion mean, and that you can produce valid results, this could be an interesting paper to follow. But make sure that you fully review, understand, and digest the work that was done by other researchers prior to you, because this
I have gone through the research already available, but the use of mixed reality is always there in the field, but not up to the extent that large institutes and building authorities are making it for the verification system. So actually I am working on this research right now. So I just wanted to have your opinion on this. So because you are like reviewing a lot of papers and everything, and you might have something to add in this.
Well, yes, I mean, you really have to make sure that this idea is not only of importance to Pakistan building authorities. The term building authorities is very generic, and it means all things to all people. So you have to be more specific as to who you mean, and you have to use terminology that is widely understood around the world and not confused for another thing that may not be what you intend. So again, if you have done your research and your research.
No, it's not about the Pakistan. It is about general overall, specifically for the certification authorities like LEED and everything.
Well, if it is, then you may have a valid case that indeed this would provide a good contribution to the body of knowledge. But it's not for me to decide. And in every case like this, it would be a reviewer's call. We send each paper. We send each paper to several reviewers, and these reviewers will determine as to whether this idea is fully applicable in countries around the world, not just Pakistan and not just a handful of countries, but widely available throughout the world, and at least available or of importance also to the developing economies, developing built environments, and those that are already well developed. So all of that has to be decided by the reviewers, and then the reviewers make their recommendations to the editors. The editors sort out the issues brought up by reviewers, and then the decision is made. Typically, reviewers will ask you to maybe make some refinements and clarifications to your statements, and then proceed on that basis. Okay.
Okay.
One thing I want to add that I am working with the LEED and WELL Institute as well already. Like I am involved in some of their like developmental processes at the institute level. So there is nothing like that. They are doing it with mixed reality, and right now all the auditor thing is like via a personal physical performance testing or via some data like paper data and cloud computing and everything. So I just want to integrate it, want to make it more transparent and easy.
Okay, the integration of pre-existing tools to achieve an objective that was not possible to achieve with individual tools by itself may be a sufficient contribution to the body of knowledge, that these tools can indeed be integrated for that unique purpose, for which no other integration and no other tool was available before. So if you flush that out as your main contribution to the body of knowledge, then I think reviewers should be sympathetic to this presentation, and your paper would stand a good chance of being accepted. But again, it's not for me to judge, depending on the journal that you send it to and the reviewers that your paper will end up with. You just have to make a convincing argument for everybody concerned.
Thank you.
So who is the next one that you want to ask a question? So actually maybe like for example, like in times of COVID, I have my own question. There's like, well, questionnaire is not that good in the sense that if we want to hit the top journal. However, in times of COVID, a lot of experiments we cannot conduct. For example, one of the things that I'm doing now is actually I cannot conduct the experiment at all. So what would you suggest us for us like the future direction in terms of like submission of the top journal papers? Like within this time, while all the a lot of the labs they have to be closed, and then some of them they have to stay like 20 km within the home. They cannot like travel more than 20 km. This is what I've heard a lot from a lot of the top professors. This is what they say. So what we suggest for the future direction, or maybe like even now, about like what may be able to hit to the top journal in terms of research method, and then what may be the like next 5 or 10 years that it may go to in the field of the automation construction.
Wow, this is a very important and very strategic question. Well, just coming back from for a moment to COVID, actually, because now almost everybody is under house arrest in their homes, I'm seeing actually an increase in the number of papers that come to the journals.
Yeah.
Not the decrease. In fact, the number is growing every day.
Yeah.
And the reviewers are responding quicker as well, because everybody's at home, everybody's working from home.
Right.
So they have more time, less distractions. They cannot do any other things, so they can concentrate on their papers. But when it comes to doing outside experiments that require involvement of multiple individuals and physical interactions of people, or physical experimentation, of course, that's very difficult in the age of coronavirus. So a lot of these experiments are being put on hold or delayed until the virus goes away, finally. But so now is the time to really take stock in the work that you have already done before and compile it into high quality papers and send them out for review. But when it comes specifically to because you asked about future directions for automation construction, I'm seeing a lot of interest among authors in some very hot areas in the construction industry. One example is 3D printing. We're getting a lot of papers that are being submitted to the journal with preliminary experimental results and some even theoretical contributions to the concepts of what is printable and what is not printable, what's the impact of 3D printing technology on the architectural design profession, on the structural engineering profession, MEP, subspecialties within the building construction industry, what's the impact of 3D printing on supply chain management and supply chains in general, on construction safety, on durability of facilities, impact on the environment. We're also seeing an influx of papers related to nanotechnologies applications in construction. What is the environmental impact of nanomaterials, for example, or nano coatings on glass that promise to repel all the dust and grime. You'll have windows in high-rise buildings that never have to be cleaned. This kind of thing, and what are the underlying technologies behind that? So that's on the technology side, but on the construction project management side, what is now catching a lot of interest is application of, say, blockchain technology. What are the implications of smart contracts for the execution of construction projects? I have a student who's now working on a case study of implementation of agile project management technologies to run a design build company operations in the Washington DC metro area. And so that area is also of active interest. And of course, all sorts of telecommunication technologies, integration of simulation tools with design tools, with anything that combines numerical and graphical simulations with the modeling and execution of robotic construction projects. So robotics is really the original area of focus of our journal. The journal started in 1992 by two gentlemen who were co-editors of the journal, and they only lasted the first 2 years. And I took over the journal in April of 1994, which is exactly 26 years ago this month. And the original concept was really that the journal was going to focus on construction on the moon. And Henri Wachter was a professor at Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands. And then Mike Knezel was the NASA researcher in the US, and they were both interested in building buildings on the surface of the moon. So right now there is a lot of emphasis on space exploration and what are the architectural designs and construction means and methods that are going to be utilized on Mars, on Moon, and how are you going to create these materials and execute projects. Imagine, if you want to build something on the moon, you have to use all the native materials, the regolith dust and regolith rocks. You cannot transport any materials from Earth because the cost would be prohibitive. It costs about $3 million US dollars to ship 1 kilogram of payload from Earth to the moon. So obviously that's cost prohibitive, and you would have to utilize all the native materials. So the nexus of automation technology, information technology, and materials technology will really make it happen. And how do you integrate successfully these three disparate bodies of knowledge for the benefit of the project design and execution? It's a fascinating topic, and with all the generic technologies at our disposal, we ought to be able to make it happen. So that's an inspiration for future researchers to follow those directions. And I think anybody who wants to jump head on into this field is going to be very successful, because this is the least crowded field. You don't have much competition. So even if your work is only so-so, is not the best, it's likely to be highly cited. Why? Because there is nothing else to cite in the area. So you don't want to be in a field that's overly crowded. You want to start and charter a new field and make a name for yourself this way.
How about big data one? Big data.
Sorry?
Big data.
Big data is a huge issue. The problem with big data, it's a catchword. It's a buzzword. It doesn't really mean anything specific. There are numerous means and methods of statistical analysis and modeling and deterministic approaches and stochastic approaches to handling large data sets and dissecting this data with the use of innovative tools. Most of these tools will have to employ some generic tools that come from the AI field to really make sense out of large sets of data. So you have genetic algorithms, of course, you have for optimization purposes. If you want to, model some of these data and see what kinds of useful information you can generate from this data. And of course, it's neural networks of various configurations. It's also multi-format data compilation approaches where you have numerical visual, voice, and other forms of graphical data. It's mathematical theories such as chaos theory and catastrophe theory that come into play. Catastrophe in a generic sense, where you look at very large sets of data and you'll see what unique combinations of data that are, let's say, independent variables in some modeling techniques cause rapid changes in the values of the objective functions. So when you say big data, you really have to dig deeper beyond the buzzword and see what kinds of methods and tools would make practical sense for an application that you're interested in. But yes, the answer is yes. All of the above are of interest to us, and we should be able to utilize these approaches for the projects that we'll be publishing about.
Okay, so any one of you that you have got question? I have got one question. What it says? It says, sorry, because my reception is bad and I won't be able to use a microphone. I initiated a research project. So the question comes from Olu Dalapo, and then he said he initiated a research recently entitled "The Impact of Coronavirus Pandemic on the Construction Industry." At the moment, I am looking at focusing on Nigeria due to easy data collection. I would like to ask Professor about any possible ideas to make the project a success. So this is his question.
Wow, coronavirus and construction industry. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know what you can work on because this is we're still living in this reality of coronavirus. What's the impact of coronavirus on construction industry? I can tell you that here in the US, I'm not seeing much of an impact when it comes to project site activities. People are still working. It's really the supply chains that may be disrupted. So rather than just focusing on site operations, I would say that you may be better off in answering a more interesting question as to what is the impact of coronavirus. But it's hard to research it right now because it's still a highly dynamic environment. It changes from day to day and it changes from country to country. But the interesting research question would be to ask, what's the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the supply chains of products and services that affect the performance of the construction industry? And the field is wide open. It can be anything from supply of construction materials, suppliers of tools, availability of subcontractors in various fields. Maybe one of the interesting aspects is the industry is highly dependent on energy consumption, and then the energy prices have been dropping. Some of it is a result of this disagreement between Russia and Saudi Arabia, which is good for the consumers, but not necessarily good for some of the constituents of the construction industry who are clients of construction services. So maybe the demand for projects will dissipate because of the lower price of the energy, but at the same time, projects that are already committed to may be more cost efficient because of lower energy prices. Who knows? I mean, this is the dynamic environment in which we live. We'll be able to analyze the impacts primarily only after the coronavirus crisis is over. So the post factum analysis will be probably more relevant than sort of an in-flight analysis, which still, which can be dismissed because there's so many variables of the values of which are unknown at this point in time. But the modeling of the process can start right now because we're beginning to see all the various aspects of the impact on the industry as they develop. The more interesting impact or the more interesting analysis would be, in my opinion, to do the analysis of the impact on the construction industry by the impact that the virus is making on the economy as such. not any particular branch of the economy.
Okay. So another question from Joe. He just said, "Hi, Professor. I want to ask a question about what is the appropriate number of references in a review article." So it's not about the main article, but it's about review article because we may review a lot of articles.
So say it again. What is the question?
The question is that Joe just said to everyone in the post. He
number.
said that,
I can see it. Yeah, it's written here. So number of references. What is the appropriate number in a review article? Well, review articles tend to have more references than basic research articles, and I still reject a lot of review articles on the basis that they have too many references. So the references that I accept are only the ones about which the author has something meaningful to say in the review paper. The references that I always reject is, somewhere in the introduction, the author would say, many authors in the past has considered this issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are totally meaningless references because there is nothing meaningful that the author is saying about these references. My suspicion is that the author of the paper has probably not even read these references. Maybe he or she has read the titles and abstract, but not the entire papers or books. So my advice is to limit yourself only to those references that you have digested yourself, that you have something critical to say, not necessarily positive. You can be highly critical about, in fact, that's what makes your paper valuable. When you say something critical about the reference, about shortcoming that reference didn't address and should have addressed, in your opinion. If you can make a credible argument about each of those references, why it's good, why it's not so good, what are the good sides and the shortcomings of a given reference, that's what makes that citation valuable. Otherwise, it's meaningless.
So how about if there's a half and half, there's a review and then combined with the general, research paper. So then maybe like part of that is a review and then part of that will be some of the contribution to the knowledge.
Well, every paper must have a literature review section.
Yeah.
So that literature review section would also list a number of references. But again, the references that should be listed are only the ones about which you have something meaningful to say.
Yeah.
The mere existence of a reference without having anything to say about it is not enough of a justification to include that reference in the list of references at the end of the paper.
Thank you. So we have got another question that is like Kiwi. He just said that they are now preparing a paper titled "The Automatic Detection of Damage of a Dilapidated Building, Integrated Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, Oblique Photography, and Infrared Thermal Imaging." Do you think it's suitable for publication and automation in construction?
Yes, the topic is definitely suitable, but I would advise you, Kathy, to look at the papers that have already been published on similar subjects in automation and construction and in other journals, and make sure that you review those papers properly and you justify why your detection method is much better than the others that were already presented, or similar applications that were already presented in existing literature. If your application is much better, then you should consider sending it to automation construction. But if after reading all those existing approaches, existing papers, you conclude that yours is about the same, or just only slightly better or slightly different, but essentially the same, then it may be a waste of time. So you have to be critical yourself about, you have to be convinced yourself that indeed you're making a new contribution that's heads and shoulders better than what everybody else has published. And it's not just in our journal, but other journals that, and you have to also browse the web and see what the industry is reporting, what kinds of applications. So it has to make a contribution to the theoretical body of knowledge. What is the uniqueness about your approach that no one else has tried before? If there is nothing unique about your approach, then probably the reviewers will reject the paper. But again, you have to do the homework yourself. And the typical mistake that junior authors make in presenting the contents of their paper, they immediately jump to tell the reader what they did, okay, without really leading on to the justification why they did it and what's so unique about what they did, instead of just telling us what they did. Telling us what they did is a technical report. That's not an academic scholarly paper. It's really the philosophy behind what you did and the discussion of the importance of what you did with respect to the pre-existing body of knowledge. That's what makes the paper acceptable and interesting, not what you did. What you did, of course, you have to include that, you have to say that, but that's only part of the paper, not the whole paper.
Next question, anyone that you have got a question about, like, for example, yes, Hamlet.
Yes, hello. Oh, I have another question. My topic is drone, a PhD student from University of Wolverhampton. And I was wondering about the topic about application of drones. How is the perspective of the Automatization Construction Journal about the application of technology in the current environment? Well, what do they think is going to be the future?
Wow, I mean, the question is so generic that I'm not sure what you want me to say.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to go deeper. I'm figuring out different application of drones. I already been accepted for a conference about the application of drones for pipelines design. Mm-hmm. So there's other application in different areas like smart cities, construction, infrastructure, and all those that are interested to go further. But at the end, what will be meaningful? Instead to be mapping all the application, because drones has like several tons of application, what might be a very substantial way to identify which are the best application or areas to be focused on?
Are you talking about a review paper or a conceptual paper that is looking for new applications of drones in the construction industry?
I'm looking for a test already done about how apply drones and report that kind of findings. So instead to be doing several experiments with drones in different areas, I'm just wondering what might be interesting to look at.
Well, excuse me. You can look at what some of the leading experimenters in the field are doing. Early work by ETH in Switzerland, in Zurich, that looked at the impact of the application of drones to the construction of high-rise buildings. Let's say if you can provide a design of a high-rise building that will keep in mind the application of pre-existing drones to the assembly of the entire structure of the building, that would allow you to avoid the implementation of tower cranes. You know, if you can make the entire frame, and including the core, in a high-rise building, you always need to have a concrete core or some kind of a structurally sound core where you put all these elevators, both freight elevators and personal elevators. That's how the high-rise building construction project starts. And then you build the frame around it. And then you put the skin of the building, so all the non-structural components. So that's a typical construction process that is followed, whether it's a steel building or if it's a concrete frame, which is prevalent in Asia and in Europe, or actually more in Asia than in Europe. So what is the impact of drones on the entire sequence of construction operations and on the design of particular structural and non-structural components of a building? Can you make them small enough that they'll be carried by drones, even heavy-duty drones that now can lift, they can lift a payload of anywhere from 50 to 100 pounds. So something like, a drone that will carry 50 kilos into the air. Can you make all the structural components of a high-rise building to be no more in weight than 50 kilos? Very difficult to do. But what are the implications of these payload limitations on the architectural profession? Can the architects actually work within those limitations? And in fact, if they can, what are the potential savings? You can look at the cost of employing tower cranes on construction sites. I don't know about, you said you're from Wolverhampton, right? So in the UK, the costs are probably similar to the US. The cost to hire a tower crane on a construction job site in the US is anywhere between $3,000 to $5,000 a day, US dollars a day. So if you have a project that lasts for, say, a year and a half and you need that crane every day on the job, I mean, most of the time we'll try to dismantle the crane to avoid paying that cost. But what are the sequence of operations to minimize the total time where the crane will be needed, where the crane can be augmented by the work of drones? And what are the cost implications of drones? Are drones cheap, expensive, or somewhere in between to operate on construction sites? What are the safety requirements? What are the licensing requirements? In the US right now, when you have a drone that can carry a payload of more than 10 pounds, requires the drone operator to have a pilot license. I'm not sure whether that's already a requirement in the UK, but the safety rules and regulations around surrounding the application of drones have become extremely strict in recent years and months because of many mishaps, drones flying too close to the runways at various airports. I know Heathrow was shut down a couple of months, or no, London City Airport was shut down completely, and Heathrow was shut down as well because some toy drones were flying too close to the airport perimeter, and the authorities were afraid of terrorist attacks. You have to take all of that into consideration and then the application of heavy-duty drones for the installation of high voltage power lines in highly inaccessible areas, perhaps in mountainous terrain. Very important topic for electrical utility companies. All sorts of issues like this from the architect's point of view, from the structural engineer point of view, from a contractor point of view, material supplier point of view. Sky is the limit as to what you can do in that research. And most of that is still uncharted territory. So whatever you do will be good enough because there is no competition.
That's great. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
So who will be the next one? Is it a requirement in the UK as well as to have a pilot license? I think somebody who come from UK can answer the question.
Okay.
Nobody have got it. Another question from Hoi Liu.
Yes. Hi, Hui. How are you? Oh, she has noisy backgrounds. Can you talk more about the case study-based approach? What are the? Hui Liu was my PhD student at the University of Maryland at one time. PhD student. So I'm very happy that she joined as well. Can you talk more about the case study-based approach? What are the standards for choosing proper cases? How can you tell the analysis has reached theoretical saturation? How to efficiently design such kind of research? Wow, this is a super important question. When it comes to the selection of appropriate case studies, the case studies have to be real projects. Okay, have to be real projects, real setups in industry practice, and every case study would become an exercise in modeling for anyone who's undertaking a case study research, because every case study would have a lot of complex issues and complex ends that you would need to reckon with. So you should have the ability to weed out those issues that are less important for your interest, for your analysis, and only focus on those issues that are important for you. So this is some kind of a sanitation process. So every case study, before it becomes useful, has to be sanitized to the point that you only pick the elements that you can understand to, and at the same time, the elements that contribute to your understanding of what actually went on in the project. But before you do that, you really have to do a very complex and a very comprehensive analysis of what you are getting into. You have to talk to a number of stakeholders in that particular case, and you have to understand their points of view. You have to document their points of view. And the standards for choosing proper cases, well, the standards have to be that the case study has to be interesting. They have to be illustrative of the application of your methodology to answer your research question. So if the case, and oftentimes you're limited by what's available to you. Who do you know? Where can you travel? A lot of these cases, it's not good enough for you to interview somebody by phone or by email. You have to physically get there to sit down with them. You have to visit their project site. You have to understand all the issues. Sometimes you have to spend a week or a month working with them on a day-by-day basis to really get deeply into the issues before you. How can you tell that the analysis has reached a theoretical saturation? I'm not sure what theoretical saturation would mean, but I suspect that you mean that you try to apply some theoretical models or theoretical approaches, or to answer questions that theory requires you to answer, to illustrate the behavior of parties in that case. So I would say that you can tell that that you have reached this theoretical saturation when you have obtained all the information from the stakeholders that that are applicable to that theoretical model that you're dealing with. And how to efficiently design this kind of research, you have to be highly selective as to what you can possibly get out of the case study. So you have to go into the case study with a set of expectations. And if when you're getting deeper into the case, those expectations are not being met, perhaps that's the time to sever your ties with that case and move on to another case that can provide more interesting data for you and more interesting basis for analysis. So rather than getting deeper and deeper into the same case study only to realize at the end of your analysis that you are not really being provided with a good illustration, you have to assess the level of potential outcome at various stages of your analysis. So it's a trial and error. So you have to consider several cases maybe at the same time, get just a little bit under the surface of these cases, and only choose one case or two cases to get deeper into, and discard the others because they are simply less promising with respect to the results that you can obtain. Okay, Hui, I hope that it answers your question. If not, please contact me offline and I'll be happy to elaborate some more. for you. It's great to hear from you.
So any more question from the floor? Well, myself is also doing like construction safety. So what do you think about like maybe a topic for which is worth to do in a couple of years?
Well, it's a very big field, but I would say that technology has a tremendous impact on safety. I've done quite a few projects related to safety, and in fact, I'm working on one right now with a current graduate student at Maryland, and she's interested in the impact of construction robotics on site. And she's specifically looking at the legal requirements related to safety. In the US, we have the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. It's a government agency that polices the safety on construction sites and in all the industrial establishments. And they currently don't have any safety standards for construction robotics.
I remember what you said about the time I met you 2 to 3 years ago. I forgot exact date. And then what you said is that in the US that you have to pass through all the regulation before you can put the robotic on site. So,
yes. So in other words,
yeah,
she's looking at case studies involving accidents with heavy equipment. Yes, and then she's also looking at case studies involving robotics induced accidents on industrial sites, mostly in manufacturing plants, and trying to find some similarities and differences between those accidents. And then she will extrapolate the issues involving robotic accidents and trying to figure out what's the difference between the manufacturing work environment and construction work environments in which those robots will be or robots will be applied, and what are the lessons learned from robotic accidents in manufacturing plants that can be carried over to construction sites and potential accidents with robots on construction sites. Currently, we have no body of knowledge, no body of experience with robotic accidents on construction sites. But once robots are widely implemented in construction sites, these accidents are likely to happen.
Yeah.
So what can we do up front to prevent that? And she's also looking at legal cases and how lawyers approach this and who can be blamed and who can be left alone. All these things are of interest.
But then this one, it is like no court cases that it happened. So the research method will be, because I have got another similar one, but I'm not doing on the robotic. But then it is like similar one that is on the other issue. But what I'm thinking is like this type of the research questions, we do not have any cases at all. So the research method or the approach for approaching to this type of the question will be.
No, we have cases in manufacturing. We have legal cases in manufacturing in the US. You can find them. So the research would be, what are the lessons learned from these cases and how can those lessons be extrapolated to a construction environment? What would be a hypothetical case in the construction environment and how likely it would be decided based on similarities and differences between manufacturing and construction.
Okay, thank you. So we have got one more question that is like in some papers, sorry, I think it should be the last two questions. Discussion and conclusion are in one section, but in some other papers, discussion and conclusion section is separated into two separate sections. So can you illustrate some differences between these two types of papers?
Yes, that's actually a very good question, very important question from Kefi. So thank you for asking it. In my, I've seen it both ways. It can be under one section, but it's better if it's split into two sections. Discussion is simply about the meaning of the results, how important those results are, and what are the limitations of the experiments that were conducted, the limitations of the methodologies, and how can those limitations be overcome in the future. So pros and cons of the results that have been obtained. So the focus of the discussion section is on self-criticism of what are the limitations of this research that was conducted and how can those limitations be overcome in the future. And then conclusions is something different. Conclusions is the worst conclusions would be just a description or summary of what you have done. That's not the purpose of conclusions. Conclusions is what do those results mean, how they contribute to the body of knowledge, and what are the future directions for follow-up research. What is the inspiration that can be drawn from this work just presented and how it should be followed in the future. So that's the difference between those two sections. Is everybody clear on that? Okay.
Yeah, another question is, do you think, the last question, do you think the researchers on the mega projects governance and organizational behavior topics? So
yeah, this is well, it's definitely an important question. I have a colleague visiting a professor from Tongji University in Shanghai, who's an expert on mega projects, and he runs a big consulting company that is helping run mega projects in China. And he's an expert on governance and organizational behavior. This is a hugely important topic for mega projects, especially in China, but not exclusively in China. China has probably the lion's share of mega projects anywhere in the world. The Chinese construction industry is about twice the size of the construction industry in the US. So, you know, so that is an important topic, but when it comes to governance and organizational behavior, that's not a topic for our journal, but it's definitely an excellent topic for many other high quality journals in the field.
So thank you very much for all your insightful answers to the whole bunch of the questions. We are very benefited from your talk. So I will get in touch with you again, and then so thank you for the whole crowd. We actually have got a very large crowd here, even though this is online. Yeah. So thank you very much for Professor Miroslav, and then thank you everyone. So if you have got any questions, you can just leave us some questions behind. But I think we are overrun already. So thank you very much. So
my pleasure.
We will just end up here. So hopefully we will see. Or I will see. Or we will see you again. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Bye-bye. End of the meeting of today.
Thank you, Dr. Rita.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.